After the gentleman from New York closes, with that I reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
The House be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Room, Washington, D.C., November 19, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jimmy Petronis to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the Order House of January the 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from a list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognitions between the parties with equal time allocated between the parties for each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the majority whip is limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Islam is a culture with patina of religion. Sharia is the law of Islam. Sharia is dangerous. Western values form the basis for the founding of America, namely that rights come from our Creator. Ours is a Christian-based culture. Sharia, on the other hand, is a culture of violence and domination, totally anathema to the concept of individual freedom. The United States Constitution and Sharia are fundamentally at odds with one another. The Constitution begins with "we the people." Sharia states Allah has said. Followers of Sharia believe Muhammad received a divine legal code that stands supreme over all man-made laws. While Western civilization has evolved, Islam has not. Islam is stuck in the 8th century, and if they succeed at imposing their beliefs upon us, we will be dragged back into the Dark Ages. The contrasts are stark when comparing Sharia to the strides made by the United States in 250 years. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery, but there has never been an abolition movement in Islam. The Quran and Hadith even contain rules for slaves and the slave trade. Sharia prescribes inhumane punishments viewed as normative. Stoning to death for adultery is common, as are public beatings of women, the amputation of the hand of a thief, and execution of Christians and Jews in accordance with the Quran. Several hardline clerics have even issued fatwas for the assassination of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. The Declaration of Independence states, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal." Not so in Islam. According to Sharia, the testimony of a non-Muslim is not valid against a Muslim in a court of law. A woman's testimony is equal to 1/2 of that of a man. Non-Muslims living in majority Islamic societies are second-class citizens with few rights and little protection under the law. The Sixth Amendment speaks of an impartial jury, but the testimony of a non-Muslim is deemed inadmissible. So in an Islamic Sharia court, the only testimony allowed is that of a Muslim, hardly fair and impartial. Sharia prohibits marriage between a Muslim woman and a non-Muslim man. A Muslim man may marry a Christian wife, but not vice versa. Sharia also gives the man, but not the woman, the unconditional right to divorce. Freedom of religion is in our First Amendment, but freedom of religion in Sharia means one is permitted to embrace Islam, but one is never free to leave Islam. Abandoning Sharia is an apostasy punishable by death. Freedom of speech in America extends to expression not only of verbal communication, but in art, writing, the media, and action. Certain forms of expression are forbidden by Sharia. Non-Muslims and moderate Muslims who openly criticize Islam, Muhammad, or the Quran face severe punishment. Remember Salman Rushdie, who was stabbed under a fatwa just for writing about Muhammad. America was founded on a basic concept of freedom of the individual, self-governing under the rule of law. John Adams said, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." We are witnessing the reality of Adam's wisdom in the clash of cultures as outsiders stream into our country without assimilating. A prominent Muslim attorney argued in a U.S. court, Islam is Sharia, Sharia is Islam, the two cannot be separated. There are acceptable actions in Sharia that are illegal in America. Murder of family members who dishonor the family, child marriage, spouse abuse, to name only a few. Our legal processes, developed through centuries of Western civilization, are not sufficient to confront the Sharia influence spreading across America. Even legislation may not stop the encroaching danger. It will take more. In the streets of New York City, a Muslim imam recently proclaimed, "We will not stop until Islam enters every home." There is no denying Islam's intent to dominate Western civilization. Their stated objective is to destroy us from within. All who serve in this Congress swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This is a time for choosing. Either we defeat the Sharia advances in America, our government of the people, by the people, and for the people may indeed perish from the earth. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Shay Parks, a teacher in Milford, Delaware, one of just 3 teachers in the entire nation to receive the American Civic Education Teacher Award. In her classroom, Ms. Parks is teaching young minds more than just facts and dates, but the strength and power of our democracy. This honor recognizes educators who spark curiosity about the Constitution, government, and civic life. At Milford High School, Ms. Parks is shaping the continued strength of our democracy by preparing her students to enter the world with critical skills of engagement. She describes the importance of civic education as imperative to the future of our democracy and believes, quote, students need to enter the world with the ability and willingness to engage in civic discourse with everyone around them, not just those they agree with, something this chamber could use more of. It is through model educators like Ms. Parks that Delaware pushes students to expand both their knowledge of and engagement with the mechanisms of government. Milford is proud of her, Delaware is proud of her, and I'm proud to stand here today and lift up this dedicated educator. Like Ms. Parks, I urge my colleagues to support civic education wherever it's happening, because our democracy depends on it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Kent and Sussex County's most committed neighbors, Frank Fresh Coverdale. Fresh has been described as the ultimate ambassador for the Food Bank of Delaware, where he spent 22 years delivering food to working families throughout Delaware. A native of Harrington, Fresh has been giving back to his community for his whole life and is a friendly face to all that he meets, a trait that has earned him an endearing reputation among his neighbors. For over 2 decades, he's been out on Delaware's back roads delivering more than meals. He's delivering dignity. And in a state where 1 in 8 of our neighbors faces food insecurity, that matters. Fresh sees the need up close and responds the only way he knows how, with heart, with humor, and a can-do spirit. Other than feeding his neighbors and connecting with those he serves, Fresh is famously a Philadelphia Eagles fanatic. Pulling up in his truck, people come out of their homes when they hear him because they trust him, and they look forward to the playful banter he brings along. They know he knows their names, their stories, and their teams. They know he'll make sure they leave with enough food for the week and maybe a little extra. Fresh is the longest-serving employee at the Food Bank of Delaware. He's a model for compassion, the kind that strengthens communities, especially when families are stretched thin. Today and every day, Delaware is better because of Frank Coverdale. Congratulations on your years of service, and of course, go Birds. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Delaware Reading Assist, which last month was recognized on the world stage, selected as one of just 15 organizations worldwide honored by the Library of Congress for successful practices in literacy. A remarkable achievement for Delaware, Reading Assist is a nonprofit built on a simple but powerful belief. Every child deserves the chance to read. Their AmeriCorps Fellows work every day in our schools, shoulder to shoulder with teachers, helping struggling readers build confidence, skills, and joy. Their CEO said this recognition reflects the trust placed in them by educators, the hard work of their fellows, and the resilience of the students themselves. Moreover, Acting Librarian of Congress Newland says the awardees this year had a particular focus on family and community, something Delawareans know are at the heart of our state's success. Being one of only 15 honorees alongside programs from states across the country, Kenya and Scotland, shows that Delaware's approach is an international model. Today, I'm honored to congratulate Reading Assist for proving what's possible when we invest in our children and meet them where they are. That's how we close gaps, how we strengthen literacy, and thereby strengthen communities, through investment in our children's potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I rise to honor Jack Billman, an invaluable member of the Greencastle community. Jack has been married to his wife, Joan, for over 50 years, and they have 3 children and 3 grandchildren. Jack and Joan Billman founded the Greencastle Defenders of Liberty in 2009, which brought in many Hoosiers and connected the people of Putnam County with their elected officials at the state and local levels to discuss current issues and solutions. Jack believes that an informed and active citizenry is very necessary to keep America free and productive. Prior to his extensive community involvement, Jack Billman was an Army veteran. Enlisted in the U.S. Army straight out of high school, he also had a career as a commercial pilot. I am immensely grateful to Jack for his service to our country and the United States Army, as well as his service to and involvement with the community of Putnam County. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Norman Boyles, Sr., who recently passed away at the age of 87. He led a life that emphasizes his love for farming and his outstanding service to his community. Norman Boyles has a graduate of Martinsville High School in Indiana and served in the Indiana National Guard for 6 years. Norman Boyles also held many roles in local government, further underscoring his commitment to serving his country. He served as a Morgan County Commissioner, and he later took on the roles of Morgan County Soil and Water Conservation District, the Morgan County Farm Bureau Co-op, and as a president of the Morgan County Farm Bureau. Most importantly, Norman was a loving husband and father to 3 sons. I am praying for the comfort of his family during this difficult time. May Norman rest in peace. I rise in honor of Dr. Warren Macy, who has been a physician and an active member of the Greencastle community, Indiana, for over 50 years. He received a bachelor's degree and completed his medical school at Indiana University before opening his own practice in Putnam County. Last year, he received the 2024 Doc Holliday Award at the Indiana Rural Health Association Annual Conference for his outstanding service and care to Hoosiers in rural communities. Dr. Macy is also a devoted husband to his wife, Connie, and they have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. I thank Dr. Warren Macy for his service to Greencastle and for the invaluable medical care he has provided to our communities for decades. I rise to congratulate Yuri Kubo, a graduate of Purdue University and a native Hoosier, who was one of the just 10 candidates chosen as NASA's latest astronaut class. Yuri Kubo earned his undergraduate degree in electrical engineering in 2008 and his master's degree in electrical and computer engineering in 2015. These 10 outstanding astronauts were selected from a group of approximately 8,000 other candidates. Yuri Kubo and the other 9 individuals face 2 years of training before they are eligible for future planned missions to the International Space Station and the Moon. NASA is even looking at a mission to Mars. Congratulations to Yuri and the full 2025 astronaut class. You will make Purdue University, Indiana, and the country proud. I also rise to congratulate Megan Johnson, a 4th grade teacher at Central Elementary School in Plainfield, Indiana. Thank you, Noah. Who was named the 2026 Indiana Teacher of the Year by the Indiana Department of Education. Megan Johnson has over 18 years of experience in upper elementary classrooms and is passionate about her students having the foundational literacy skills needed to thrive through project-based learning. According to the Indiana Secretary of Education, Megan Johnson has made it her mission to improve outcomes for her students, and she prepares her students to succeed far beyond the 4 walls of her classroom. Mrs. Johnson has also completed 80 hours of professional development in the School of Science and Reading, earning the state's early literacy endorsement. I congratulate Megan Johnson on this wonderful achievement, and I thank her for all she does to educate and empower the children in Plainfield. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor World War II veteran and Korean War veteran and my neighbor, Howard Cook. And this year, Howard turned 100 years old. Happy birthday, Howard. Howard grew up in Oakland, California, and spent his childhood traveling in the Sierra Nevada mountains to ski and to learn survival skills, skills that he would later use in World War II, where he joined the Army's 10th Mountain Division, climbed River Ridge, and that's where he attacked German troops hidden deep within Italy's mountains. He was promoted to first lieutenant at just 20 years old. After World War II, he returned home to California and earned his degree at UC Berkeley. Howard Cook, a member of the greatest generation. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 25 years of dedicated service by Maria Esperanza Castro. Maria studied medicine in Mexico before finding her true passion and calling at the regional center of Orange County, where she changed the lives of many families. She was the voice that families met as they sought support for a loved one with developmental disabilities. For 25 years, she was the guide and advocate and a trusted source of information for these families. Maria, congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of Santa Ana's finest, Efrain Solis, who is currently performing with the New York Metropolitan Opera. The son of Mexican immigrants, Efrain grew up learning to sing at Saddleback High School. He attended Chapman University and was the first in his family to obtain a college degree. He has performed all over the country, and Santa Ana is proud to have one of our own performing on the New York stage. Congratulations, Efrain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my neighbor and World War II veteran, Bill Chan. Bill was born in China and came to the United States as a young student. At 19, he enlisted in the Navy, where he served on the USS Mississippi during World War II. According to Bill, he was the only Chinese American on that ship, the USS Mississippi. Bill then retired to Orange County, where he still lives today. And Bill, I would say, is a true example of our greatest generation, an immigrant willing to put his life on the line for his new country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Rudy Cordova, a beloved member of our Santa Ana community and my good friend. Born and raised in Santa Ana, Rudy was a proud graduate of Saddleback High School, and he was a soccer dad. He was my daughter's soccer coach. Rudy dedicated his life to celebrating Chicano culture through art, food, and more. And under his guidance, the Santa Ana Dia de los Muertos became one of the biggest events in Orange County. Thank you, Rudy, for all you've done for the city of Santa Ana, for our community. We're going to miss you. Our prayers are with your family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a journalist and a beloved anchorman who has made a significant impact in our district and the region, always striving to remain professional, balanced, unbiased, and compassionate. KETV's Rob McCartney is retiring from Nebraska's and Iowa's airwaves after 41 years. Rob and I have many things in common in our backgrounds. He grew up as an Air Force brat, and I was in the Air Force. Rob has a strong relationship with Offutt Air Force Base in the 55th Wing, having covered several stories there. I served at Offutt Air Force Base 3 times and served as the wing commander in the fighting 55th. Finally, both Rob and I married the local girl and have enjoyed many years of marriage. Before graduating with his BA in journalism from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Rob spent his time spinning records at KXSS-FM. After graduation, he served as the farm director and assistant sports director for NTV, followed by nearly 7 years at KON and KGIN-TV, where he worked as an anchor and reporter. In 1992, Rob joined KETV, working in the Lincoln Bureau before relocating to Omaha in 1995. He then joined the anchor desk in the evenings and led Omaha Crime Stoppers, where he helped bring some of the area's most wanted fugitives to justice. In his 33 years at KETV, he has reported on the Nebraska National Guard from Bosnia, interviewed multiple U.S. presidents and other elected and public officials, and covered 2 of Nebraska's national championships in football. Over the years, Rob has dedicated to election coverage, educating voters on issues and candidates to help them make informed decisions. As host of KETV's public affairs show Chronicle, he would dig deep into the issues that mattered most to voters. Rob was always on board for breaking news, helping viewers navigate difficult times. He covered the role that Offutt Air Force Base played on 9/11, and 10 years later provided an in-depth, behind-the-scenes look at President Bush's visit to Stratcom on that fateful day. In December 2007, Rob would once again provide a stable presence to the community when a lone gunman shot and killed 8 people and injured 5 others at Von Mauer. From the first day during the afternoon straight through until 5 a.m. the next morning, and for several days to follow, Rob helped guide the community through that tragedy. 6 months later, Rob was on the air once again for more than 12 hours because a line of supercell thunderstorms that had formed in the southeast Nebraska turned into dozens of tornadoes. One of those turned deadly, hitting a Boy Scout camp near Little Sioux, Iowa. 4 boys were killed and 48 people were injured. He also maintained that presence for the community during the 2019 floods and their impact on Offutt Air Force Base and across the region. One of his most memorable award-winning stories was Omaha police officer Keith Thompson's years-long effort to walk again after being paralyzed on the job. Rob has been recognized for his community work and professional achievements, being one of the only actively working journalists to be inducted into the Omaha Press Club Hall of Fame. But his most significant award was being named a wingman in 2023 by the 55th Wing at Offutt Air Force Base in recognition for his passion for sharing Offutt's story. Rob's professionalism and commitment to fair and balanced journalism will be missed. He is the Walter Cronkite of Omaha. We will miss him. We wish him a happy retirement, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend, Jack Ficio, who passed away on November 2nd at the age of 79 He was a man whose faith, generosity, and deep love for our community and his Irish heritage left an indelible mark on Buffalo and beyond. Jack was more than a friend. He was family to so many of us in Buffalo's Irish community. He embodied the best of what it means to be Irish, not just in ancestry, but in spirit. He was warm, humble, and fiercely devoted to our community. He carried himself with the quiet strength and wry humor that's as much a part of Ireland's heart as it's its green hills and rocky coasts. Buffalo's Irish community has always been built on the simple but powerful values of faith, family, and service, and no one lived those values more fully than Jack. Whether he was greeting friends at the Buffalo Irish Center or lending a hand to those in need, Jack showed up with open arms and a full heart. For decades, Jack dedicated himself to the Irish Center in the heart of South Buffalo. He believed deeply in the center's importance to the Irish and Irish Americans who call Western New York home. He knew that our heritage is something we share, something that binds generations together in our community. Through his leadership, that spirit of togetherness grew stronger year after year. Jack and his beloved wife, Maureen, extended that generosity far beyond Buffalo. As co-directors of the Belfast Summer Relief Program for over 2 decades, they opened their hearts and their home to children from the north of Ireland. Through their work, they welcomed over 1,800 kids to our community in Western New York, giving them a chance to experience peace, friendship, and hope at a time marked by terrible conflict. Jack and Maureen helped bridge divides with love and hospitality. That's who they were. That's what their faith taught them. Jack's love for his family was deep and unwavering. To his cherished children, John and Jennifer, and to his precious granddaughters, Madeline and Maeve, know that your father and grandfather's legacy lives on in you and the countless lives he impacted across the globe. To his wife, Maureen, thank you for so graciously sharing Jack's light with all of us. Jack Ficio's life was one filled with service to others, including one of his greatest joys, serving as a volunteer firefighter. Countless Buffalonians, Irish Americans, and Irish citizens are better off today for having known Jack. Today we honor Jack for the heritage he preserved, the families he embraced, and the bridges he built. I ask my colleagues to join me in paying tribute to Jack Ficio and in holding the Ficio family in our prayers and in our hearts as they grieve a man who gave so much to us all. May we all strive to carry forward his generosity, his humility, and his unwavering commitment to others. Yesh de ga rev an anam. May his soul be at the right hand of God. On behalf of a grateful community and nation, may Jack Ficio rest in peace. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of an outstanding South Carolina family and small businessman whose story reflects the true American values of hard work, service, and community. George and Joanna Catagares, along with their children, Mina and Mike, are the longtime owners of the Wagon Wheel Restaurant in Fort Lawn, South Carolina. For nearly 5 decades, the Wagon Wheel has been a cornerstone of the community and a gathering place for generations of families all across Chester County. George and Joanna came to the United States from Greece in the 1970s in search of an opportunity and a better life for their family. They arrived in America with no connections, no government handouts, no safety net to rely on, and worked their way forward step by step. With them, they brought a deep respect for the values of faith, family, and hard work. When the Catagares family took ownership of the Wagon Wheel in 1978, the road ahead was challenging. Their restaurant was located in a location with dirt roads and one paved road. With dedication and a clear commitment to quality, they built the restaurant into a beloved local institution. Known for its traditional Southern cooking and welcoming atmosphere, the Wagon Wheel quickly became a place where neighbors, friends, and families gathered year after year. Over time, Southern dishes like fried squash, fresh seasonal vegetables, and homemade dinner rolls became favorites on the menu. But it is the welcoming atmosphere and care in every detail that kept people coming back. The Categories family has created an environment defined by quality, by consistency, and by genuine hospitality. The connection between the restaurant and its community has always been strong. Over the years, customers have shown their appreciation in countless ways, just as the owners have consistently given back through service and care. This mutual respect reflects the close relationships that they have grown over generations and made the restaurant a cornerstone in this area. Today, the Wagon Wheel continues to thrive under their daughter, Mina, and her husband, Bill Nixon, who carry on the same traditions and standards that have guided the restaurant for nearly 50 years. Their son, Mike, also remains actively involved, especially during the busiest times of the year. Together with their dedicated staff, they have upheld a strong reputation that continues to define the Wagon Wheel Restaurant. The story of the Wagon Wheel Restaurant is a testament of their hard work, their integrity, and their devotion to the community. It reminds us that real lasting success is about the people that you treat well along the way. On behalf of the family of South Carolina, I want to thank George and Joanna and their family for their many years of service in Fort Lawn and Chester County. I pray their work continues to inspire people to lead by their strong values. They epitomize the American spirit of faith, family, and freedom. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Mrs. Bonici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my profound opposition to the aggressive, cruel, and dangerous immigration enforcement actions that are taking place in Oregon and across the country. During the past few months, we've seen a dramatic increase in agents from ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, in Oregon, fueled by hatred and Donald Trump's inhumane, out-of-touch mass deportation agenda. I'm infuriated by story after story of extreme overreach, excessive force, and brutal tactics being used by masked ICE agents to arrest and detain Oregonians. In Portland, ICE wrongfully separated a young, loving mom from her 4 little children for 4 months. In Hillsborough, multiple unmarked SUVs circled a man in a parking lot. He was simply going to pick up groceries. And in Beaverton, ICE was parked on the street, randomly scanning license plates of cars and then checking names. They wrongfully arrested a man who would have been sent to detention had his lawyer not intervened at the very last minute. At the ICE facility in Portland, ICE staff are lying to lawyers, pepper spraying people who are peacefully protesting, and recklessly exposing residents who live nearby, including seniors, veterans, and children, to toxic fumes. ICE detained one of my constituents, Victor Cruz, because he has the same name as someone with a criminal record. My constituent showed the ICE agents his identification didn't matter. He doesn't have a criminal record. Nor was there a warrant for his arrest, didn't matter. He has a valid work permit, a job, and a pending visa case, didn't matter. He has a heart condition and a pacemaker, didn't matter. Victor is a well-respected member of the community with, as you can see, adorable grandchildren. He was arrested, detained, and sent to the Northwest Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington. Then immigration officials tried to deport him. I visited Victor in Tacoma, where he was kept in bleak conditions, and he spoke about his experience and his hopes to be reunited with his family. After almost 4 weeks, wrongfully detained Victor Cruz was finally released after an outpouring of support from the community, his friends and neighbors, and with the assistance of his lawyer. I'm overjoyed, but he should have never been arrested and detained in the first place. And for far too many others, they aren't as fortunate. ICE is now moving people from the detention facility to other immigration facilities across the U.S. to block legal action. And as this headline says, ICE's strategy is to detain people first and ask questions later. Simply put, ICE is not following the law. They're part of an out-of-control federal agency indiscriminately kidnapping people off the streets and sowing terror in our communities. This is not how a civilized nation treats its people. There are countless stories of ICE drawing their weapons and pointing them at bystanders, driving into oncoming traffic to deter bystanders from filming them, and to make matters worse, now the Trump administration is demonizing and scapegoating immigrants. The United States of America is a country of immigrants, and our nation is stronger because of its diversity. But the Trump administration's actions are actually making America more dangerous. This isn't about safety. Nobody wants violent criminals in their neighborhoods and districts, but that's not the issue here. In fact, ICE is spending so much time targeting people based on their race or ethnicity that they aren't focused on the real criminals. Recently, I spoke with a high school student. He's terrified that his family and friends will be kidnapped. I spoke with education leaders who were in tears about the trauma they are seeing in their school districts, and with students who are afraid for themselves and their families. This trauma will last for years and will affect the ability of these kids to learn and thrive in schools. I met with Latino business owners who have seen significant reductions in people visiting their shops and restaurants. The common thread in their interactions was the word terror. Earlier this week, students were here, high school students, advocating for humane immigration policies, and they spoke about how the Trump administration is dehumanizing immigrants and making it more difficult for people to call America home. High schoolers know this is wrong. You and I know this is wrong. I urge my colleagues to show some empathy and understanding, show some respect for civil and human rights, work with us on humane immigration reform. We cannot allow these abuses of power and lawless actions to continue. We must all speak out. Let's work together to put an end to this ugly chapter in our country's history. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Admiral Wayne Justice, a dear friend and proud American. Admiral Justice lived a life dedicated to public service, to not only our nation, but to our community. Admiral Justice, a graduate of the United States Coast Guard Academy and Navy War College, devoted 37 years of his life to the United States Coast Guard, roughly half in which he was in command conducting counter-drug, illegal immigrant, and search and rescue patrols. Among his many service highlights, he spent 3 years as a military aide to Presidents Bush and Clinton, tasked with the potential execution of our nuclear codes. After retiring from the Coast Guard, Admiral Justice continued his commitment to excellence right here at home. As Port Canaveral Commissioner, he championed economic development, maritime safety, and the continued growth of Florida's greatest economic engines. His leadership helped shape the future of our region, and his impact will be felt for generations to come. But Wayne Justice was far more than a leader. He was a loving husband and father, and a friend would like to have. Florida is better because of Admiral Justice, because he lived here. Our Coast Guard is stronger because he served, and our community is more united because of the values he embodied. May we carry forward his legacy of service, integrity, and boundless dedication to our nation. And may his family find comfort in knowing that their father, as a husband, as a leader, his kindness will never be forgotten. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize and celebrate the 15th year anniversary of the Imani Public Charter School in Mount Vernon, New York. I grew up in Mount Vernon in an apartment 1 block away from what was once the Edison Technical and Vocational High School, but it was reborn in 2011 as Amani Public Charter School to advance the educational opportunities for all children, especially children of color on the south side of Mount Vernon and elsewhere. This school serves all students, grades K through 8, with free breakfast and lunch. They place a strong emphasis on core subjects, notably English and math, foreign languages, enrichment classes, ELL, and special ed services, music, arts, after school, and athletics. Amani honored 4 outstanding individuals at their recent gala: John Howard, Stephanie McCain, Charles Stern, and Janiyah White. The executive director, Deborah Stern, who was founder of the Friends of the Mount Vernon Public Library and president of the Mount Vernon PTA Council, leads the school as executive director with exceptional experience and vigor. Jennifer Schiavarelli is school principal, leading a talented team of professionals. We salute Amani Charter Public School on its 15th anniversary. May there be many more years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute the life of Mayo Peter Bartlett, who passed away in September at the age of 86. Mr. Bartlett was born in 1939 in Rye, attended North Carolina Central University, and graduated with a degree in accounting and membership during college of the Alpha Kappa chapter of the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity. Mr. Bartlett turned his degree into a career as a Treasury agent and as an auditor for the IRS. Mayo Peter Bartlett was an outstanding basketball player who played in Europe and loved coaching young people in basketball. He was a jazz enthusiast with an extensive collection of LPs. He has been a good friend to many. For over 50 years, he and his wife, Ernestine Tina Connor, were parents of 3 children and 5 grandchildren. Mr. Bartlett has left us for his eternal reward, but he has left behind a legacy of love, faith, and warmth for the people of his community. We will miss him forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and uplift Small Business Saturday this year. Every year, our country celebrates Small Business Saturday the weekend after Thanksgiving. This year, that will be November 29th, and I encourage my constituents in California's 31st District and all Americans to participate by shopping small business and supporting our local businesses. Coming from California's 31st District, I am proud to represent a thriving and diverse community of small businesses in the San Gabriel Valley. From cafes and restaurants to bookstores, toy shops, party supply stores, and many more. Our district is fortunate to have an abundance of locally owned small businesses bringing life and community to our cities. So as we approach Small Business Saturday and the holiday season, I encourage everyone to shop small and take some time to support your local businesses. By doing so, you are supporting your neighbors, growing your local economy, and making your community stronger. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary military service member now serving our public schools. Mr. Kenneth Singleton has dedicated decades of service to our community. From serving in the U.S. Army and completing several tours, including in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia, his commitment to service earned him the Meritorious Service Award 5 times. For Mr. Singleton, public service didn't end after uniform came off, though. His second mission serving our next generation began in the Monrovia Unified School District as the Director of Food Service. He has been a vital part of the school district, ensuring our students have healthy, nutritious meals every day to focus and thrive on their studies. Mr. Singleton has brought discipline, leadership, and a commitment to service to our schools in Monrovia Unified. Our community is fortunate to have a dedicated public servant like him. Mr. Singleton, thank you for your military service and your exemplary public service to our students and schools. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding community member, veteran and leader in California's 31st District in the city of San Dimas. Penny Stevenson is the board president of the San Dimas Heroes Organization, whose mission is to honor all San Dimas veterans by engraving their names on a permanent monument at Freedom Park in San Dimas, California. As a Marine veteran herself with a family of veterans, Penny has shown an incredible commitment, sacrifice, and leadership serving as president to this organization dedicated to honoring our veterans and service members. This is Penny's last year serving as board president, a position she's held since 2009. I wanted to thank her and commend her for all the work she has done to recognize our service members for the past 16 years. Just this past Veterans Day, I was honored to visit the Heroes Monument at Freedom Park, and I can attest to the honor it brings to our veterans community. Thank you for your leadership and tireless efforts, Penny. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the exciting achievement of two dedicated educators in California's 31st District. Mr. Rene Ramo and Dr. Heather Povinelli were both named 2026 California Teachers of the Year. Mr. Romero is an 11th and 12th grade International Baccalaureate Language and Literature teacher at South Hills High School in the Covina Valley Unified School District. He has been teaching for 21 years and has developed an outstanding reputation for his creativity, compassion, and dedication to his students. His inclusive and supportive classroom has exemplified good teaching, and he has well earned the title of Teacher of the Year. Dr. Heather Povinelli is a second grade teacher at Brad Oaks Elementary Science Academy in the Monrovia Unified School District. For 25 years, she has dedicated her career to teaching in elementary classrooms. Living with dwarfism, Dr. Povinelli uses her own lived experience as an opportunity to empower students and teach about disabilities, inclusion, and equity. Not only is she an incredible teacher, but she is an inspiration and trailblazer for students of all backgrounds. Mr. Romero and Dr. Povinelli, thank you both for your commitment to teaching our future generations, and congratulations on this immense achievement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House and now our Senate have finally acted to release the files and all the information regarding the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein and all who enabled, all who knew and did nothing, and all who participated in some of the worst sexual abuse and trafficking crimes our country has experienced. This will expose the rich, the powerful, and the self-entitled who were involved in these crimes and who did it for the worst possible reason, because they thought they could. This necessary legislation should not have been necessary, because this White House, this administration, this president could have merely released these files. Instead, they withheld, they dismissed, and they covered up. They even had their Justice Department's two highest officials try and coerce a House member to take their name off the discharge petition that finally triggered the approval of this legislation. And it was only because of the actions of courageous survivors coming forward, coming to the Capitol, speaking truth to power, that we're able to advance this legislation. As a Massachusetts district attorney, I oversaw specialized sexual assault police units, specialized sexual assault prosecutors, specialized sexual assault victim witness assistance units, and I founded a child advocacy center to treat and reduce trauma for child victims of sexual assault. And I know from this one thing. The survivors want one thing, and one thing only: that no child, no young girl will ever have to go through the trauma that they went through. A trauma so great that one survivor took her own life. And now a warning to this White House, this administration, and this president. Never again say these crimes did not occur. Never call them a hoax. And don't attempt to abuse and pervert what this legislation does by invoking a sham active investigation as a disingenuous excuse to withhold a complete release of the Epstein Files. Don't do this, because the brave survivors will not stand for it. And they will not stand alone. The majority of this House will stand with them. The majority of our Senate will stand with them. And most importantly, the American people will stand with them. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 4th, Louisville was rocked when a UPS cargo plane taking off from Louisville's Muhammad Ali International Airport bound for Honolulu, Hawaii, crashed shortly after takeoff. 38,000 gallons of jet fuel erupted. A normal Tuesday sunset all of a sudden turned Louisville skies into apocalypse. Jet black smoke swirled overhead as fear enveloped our entire city. People were sheltered in place everywhere. Debris and ash was falling for miles. And there was an anxiety as families and loved ones were waiting for the worst news. As the smoke cleared, we found out that we lost 14 of our neighbors. Today, I want to honor those victims of the UPS plane crash. Their names, including the crew on the plane: Captain Dana Diamond, Captain Richard Wartenberg, and First Officer Lee Truitt. We also lost 11 people on the ground that day: Angela Anderson, Carlos Fernandez, Luinez Lou Fedden, and his 3-year-old granddaughter, Kimberly Asa, who was with him at the time. Trinidad Trina Chavez, Tony Crane, John Locks, John Spray, Matthew Sweets, Ella Petty Wharton, and Megan Washburn. Our prayers continue to be with all of them. As tragic as this day was, we also saw the best in people in Louisville. And our first responders did not shy away from this. You can train for it, but you can't ever be ready for a scenario like this. It was said of this inferno that it was hotter than anything you could imagine and raining oil. But our firefighters rushed into the scene. The first on the scene were the Okolona Fire Department. But fire departments from all over joined them: the Louisville Fire Department, the Airport Authority Fire Department, the Shively Fire Department, the Anchorage Middletown Fire, St. Matthews Fire, Fern Creek Fire, Jeffersontown Fire, Fairdale Fire, PRP Fire, Shepherdsville Fire, Zoneton Fire, and even Fayette County, Lexington Fire, came to assist. Our police officers also rushed to the scene: Louisville Metro PD, the Airport Authority PD, Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Audubon Park Police, who operate in the shadow of the airport daily, Middletown Police, St. Matthews Police, the University of Louisville Police, and Alcohol Beverage Control. We also received EMS responders from Louisville Metro, Anchorage Middletown, St. Matthews, Fern Creek, J-Town, Okolona, PRP, and Bullitt County. Among other first responders who immediately jumped into action, the Kentucky Air National Guard Fire and Emergency Services, the Kentucky Air National Guard 41st Civil Support Team, the Metropolitan Sewer District, the Louisville Metro Emergency Management System, American Synthetic Rubber Emergency Response, and the National Weather Service. Our local and state partners also all came together. Mayor Craig Greenberg and his entire team from Metro government were incredible. Our governor, Andy Beshear, and all of the state emergency personnel rushed into action, including our federal delegation. Everyone, doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican, where you're from, everyone came together. Because this is what we do in Louisville and this is what we do in Kentucky. We come together. We help people. We help our neighbors when we see they are in need. and long after the television cameras are gone and this story fades from the daily news, our community will still be hurting, but we'll still be helping each other, lifting each other up, wrapping our arms around each other, there for each other, today and every day going forward, because that's what we do in Louisville, and that's how we help those impacted. Mr. Speaker, I give praise for our first responders. I give prayers and love to everyone impacted, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor the life of Daniel Pogo Pogorzelski, a proud Polish American, uplifting his heritage, community, and the city that we love. The son of Polish immigrants, Pogo's pride in his heritage and love for his community drive him to fight for a thriving, multiracial, multicultural Chicago. Thanks to his advocacy and his partnership, in Illinois, we recognize the Milwaukee Avenue as a Polish heritage corridor to celebrate Polish culture, support a vibrant economic center, and keep communities together. Across various roles, Pogo has demonstrated his commitment to seeing his community rise, including as executive director of Avondale's Chamber of Commerce, where he developed initiatives to attract visitors to the community and help generate revenue for local small businesses. Or as connecting Polish neighbors who speak English as a second language to resources that help them thrive. Pogo is the embodiment of public service and this commitment to diversity and unity. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Daniel, or better known as Pogo Pogorzelski, for his dedicated public service and advocacy, which reminds us that heritage is both a legacy and a force of change. Congratulations, Pogo. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Carolina Carchi, an inspirational Latina who has gone above and beyond to help her compañeros de escuela succeed. Raised in West Humboldt Park by immigrant parents from Mexico and Ecuador, Carolina first demonstrated her exceptional courage and perseverance as she was battling leukemia as a child. As a teen, Carolina once again demonstrated her leadership when her high school faced severe staffing shortages. Due to those shortages, Carolina stepped up to provide peer-to-peer education in algebra and chemistry. She designed lessons plans during free periods, printed materials at a local FedEx, and even used her own money to buy school supplies for her classmates. In her senior year, Carolina served as the Chicago Board of Education's honorary student board member, advocating for more than 300,000 students across the district. Carolina is now studying at Northwestern Illinois University, where she is pursuing a degree in teaching, something that she has some experience in already. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Carolina Carchi for her perseverance and dedication to quality, culturally competent education that helps our Latino community break the glass ceilings. Gracias and congratulations, Carolina. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of Paul Levy, a Chicagoan who cultivated unique spaces for artists and entrepreneurs to strengthen partnerships, build community, and thrive. Paul possessed the ability to see beauty and potential in overlooked, abandoned spaces and buildings. Paul uses skills, resources, and vision to rehabilitate and revive 2 notable industrial buildings in Chicago: the Bridgeport Arts Center on the south side of Chicago and Rockwell on the River in Illinois' 3rd Congressional District. Each stands as a notable achievement, transforming industrial space into thriving, multidisciplinary hubs for artists and entrepreneurs working across boundaries and disciplines. Rockwell on the River in Illinois' 3rd Congressional District transformed what was once a century-old vacant tannery into a space to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. Each building is an ecosystem of art and a bridge between Chicago's industrial history and its creative future. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my privilege to submit this commendation into the record to honor the creative legacy of Paul Levy. Thank you, Paul, and may you rest in peace and power. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Mrs. Titus, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to voice my opposition to President Trump's announcement that the United States will resume explosive nuclear testing. Nevada was the focal point of nuclear development during the Cold War. Over 4 decades, the Nevada test site, which is located just 100 miles north of Las Vegas, hosted over 900 nuclear tests, more than any other place in the country. Throughout the 1950s, visible mushroom clouds often rose over the desert, could be seen in the distance by people who came to enjoy all Las Vegas had to offer. These tests were conducted to better understand the powers and effects of nuclear weapons, and the site played a major role in shaping national and international policies involving nuclear testing and nonproliferation. The radiation, however, given off by the more than 100 atmospheric tests had devastating impacts on those downwind. The fallout caused cancer and premature deaths for thousands across the Southwest. That's why earlier this year I introduced the PRESUME Act, which would ensure that radiation-exposed veterans, would receive their rightful benefits from the VA who had been exposed to this radiation. In addition, the 800 underground tests sometimes vented, letting out radioactive contaminants into the air and the groundwater supply, and this is problems we are still dealing with today. Radioactivity levels in water are declining over time, but elements such as plutonium and uranium are likely to pose risks for thousands of years. You may remember in 2020, the first Trump administration called for a resumption of nuclear testing at the Nevada test site. This was in breach of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Back then, in response to that, I led a charge to the FY21 NDAA process to ensure that nuclear testing would not be resurrected in the U.S. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. On October 29th, just this year, Trump announced that he's directing the Department of Defense to resume nuclear testing in a disastrous but not surprising policy reversal. This is because it's mentioned in Project 2025. On page 399 of Project 2025, which is the blueprint for the Trump administration, you see a call for a rejection of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. This would not only allow nuclear testing here at home, but will give a green light to countries around the world to resume and do the same. The result would put us on a collision course of catastrophic proportions with Russia and China. It would undermine the entire arms control regime, and it would allow proliferation of these weapons into non-nuclear states. At the same time, it would again put the health of Nevadans in jeopardy. In fact, we have already seen that Putin has directed his forces to prepare to resume nuclear testing, and just this week, the Washington Post reported that China is rapidly expanding and modernizing its infrastructure at the nuclear testing site in Xinjiang province. There's no technical, national security, or political reason for the U.S. to resume nuclear testing. At the test site, we already do groundbreaking experiments and simulations with our existing stockpile to make sure our arsenal is safe, secure, and reliable. All this is done without any explosion. It's a scientific experiment called subcritical, and it's far more helpful to understanding how the weapon will perform than setting off an explosion in the desert. Our leadership on arms control and nonproliferation has clearly come to an end, and the world is becoming a more dangerous place. Note, for the first time ever, the U.S. was the only country to vote no on a recent UN resolution supporting the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Not even North Korea voted no on this provision. So what kind of signal does that send? So amidst all this nuclear testing, saber rattling, the New START Treaty, which is the only remaining arms control agreement between the U.S. and Russia, is set to expire in just 77 days. So for these reasons, I've introduced the Renewing Efforts to suspend testing and reinforce arms control initiative now, the Restrain Act. This would prohibit the resumption of nuclear testing. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this and getting this passed before we begin another arms race. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes.
And to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of St. Teresa Catholic School, a pillar of faith, education, and community in the heart of Coral Gables, Florida. In 1925, the Sisters of St. Joseph opened a school with 70 students, planting the seed for one of South Florida's most distinguished Catholic schools. In 1991, the Carmelite Sisters began administering and teaching a mission that they continue today. For centuries, St. Teresa has remained true to its calling: faith formation, academic excellence, and service in a nurturing, Christ-centered environment. Over the years, the school has grown, embraced innovation, and prepared generations of students to face the future while remaining rooted in their faith. St. Teresa continues to shine as a beacon of excellence in Catholic education, with its enduring legacy carried forward by a community that fully embodies its mission. Congratulations to St. Teresa Catholic School on a century of service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievements of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, the third largest school district in our nation, serving more than 335,000 students. Under the leadership of School Board Chair Maritere Rojas, Vice Chair Monica Colucci, and board members Roberto Alonso, Dr. Dorothy Bendros-Mindingal, Mary Blanco, Danny Espino, and Dr. Steve Gallen, Joseph Geller, and Luisa Santos, along with Superintendent of Schools Dr. Jose Dotres, the Miami-Dade has once again earned an A rating, the largest district in Florida to do so. This success reflects the tireless work of our students, parents, teachers, and administrators, and the entire workforce, and it remains a source of pride for our community. In 2025, 99% of Miami-Dade County Public Schools earned a school grades of A, B, or C, and the district achieved a record-breaking graduation rate of 95.2%. Miami-Dade also received the prestigious Cognia 2024 School System of Distinction Award, and the district earned 59 Magnet Schools of Excellence Merit Awards, 32 Magnet Schools of Distinction Awards. Miami-Dade County Public Schools continues to lead the nation with a total of 51 National Academy Foundation Distinguished Career Academies and 3 Model Career Academies, and numerous schools have been designated as National Blue Ribbon Schools of Excellence. For the 31st consecutive year, the district was awarded the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Association of School Business Officials International. These accomplishments and the strength of Miami-Dade County Public Schools educational programs in a safe and conducive learning environment reaffirms the district's roles in preparing students to thrive in the global and technological marketplace. I am proud to celebrate their success and the bright future they are building for the next generation of Miami-Dade County residents. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
and monitor.
American people are experiencing
on the
Her guidance, Longwood completed
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of all wisdom and power, justice and mercy, in faith we offer you our hopes for the outcome of our deliberations and ask for the assurance that you have this day and our work well in hand. In faith we hope for your will to be done, that you who are sovereign over all nations and rulers will direct our efforts. Grant us the assurance that your perfect plan will prevail, even though in these fraught moments we cannot see how it will unfold. In faith, we hope to discern how we are to honor both you and address the needs of those whom we serve. Grant us the assurance of the guidance you offer, even while we may not have the eyes to see the path on which you lead us. In faith, we hope for justice that is enriched with mercy. And grant us the assurance that your compassion will inspire our actions in ways we cannot presently perceive. In faith, we hope that in every conflict you are reconciling. In every division, you are healing wounds. In every uncertainty, you are present in ways that not only can we not see, but in ways that we cannot possibly imagine. Assure us of the things we hope for. Give evidence of all that we cannot see, except when we hold fast to our faith in you. In the strength, assurance, and faith of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 4405, an act to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Section 8 of House Resolution 879, House Resolution 581 is laid on the table. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful that under the leadership of President Donald Trump, Energy Secretary Chris Wright, Nuclear Regulatory Commission Chairman David Wright, and Speaker Mike Johnson, House Republicans are working to increase American energy production. This will in turn make energy prices affordable and reliable, creating jobs. Last night, we voted to pass the following bills, which will unleash nearly 19 million acres of land for oil and gas leasing and energy infrastructure, leading to lower prices, which will overturn restrictions and ensure access to over 48 billion tons of coal, enough to meet American coal needs for the next 116 years, lowering prices and creating jobs, which will repeal the Biden-era restrictions on oil and gas development for more than 1 million acres in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Promises made, promises kept of all of the above energy policies program. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing that war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, mocking Trump, mass murdering Ukrainian civilians, and sacrificing his own Russian and North Korean troops.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Sharon Loving, a remarkable leader whose more than 4 decades at our Longwood Gardens has helped shape one of the most treasured public gardens in the world. Sharon began at Longwood in 1982 as a part-time display gardener, and through exceptional talent and dedication, she rose to become the Chief Horticultural and Facilities Officer. She has been the standard bearer for Longwood's horticultural excellence, mentoring thousands of aspiring gardening professionals and elevating Longwood as a leader among public gardens worldwide. Under her guidance, Longwood completed transformational projects from the restoration of the main conservatory and historic indoor spaces to expansion of beautiful landscapes, and most recently, the visionary Longwood Reimagined initiative. Sharon's leadership, creativity, and stewardship have left an indelible mark on our community, and we are deeply grateful to her. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the remarkable life of my longtime friend, my wife's lifelong best friend, and also my district director, Kathy Register, who passed away unexpectedly last month. When I first took office in 2007, I promised the people that I would take care of home first. And as Kathy did as district director, that's exactly what we did. And she is largely responsible for the citizens of the 4th District returning me to Congress since 2007. She has been deeply appreciated by all who she served and all who she worked with. We're going to miss her so very much. But her life has been a life of service, not just to the citizens of the 4th District, but to her family. Her mother, Jenny, and her 2 sons, Anthony and Tito, survive her, along with her friends and colleagues in my office, both in D.C. and in Decatur, Georgia. So thank you, Kathy. Rest in peace.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? California. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life and service of Mike Doyle, a dedicated public servant from Danville, California, in my district. Mike left his Pennsylvania hometown at just 17 to join the United States Air Force and was stationed in Germany, where he provided aid to U.S. airmen and displaced citizens after World War II. After being reassigned to a nearby Air Force base in Northern California, Mike moved to Danville in 1955, and he was elected to the town council in 1991. He played a crucial role in Danville's growth, spending 25 years serving in the town on the city town council, including 5 terms as mayor of the town of Danville. Sadly, Mike passed away in October. He will be remembered for his outstanding leadership, honesty, and for his indelible mark that he left on our community and on this country. Please join me in honoring Mike Doyle for his invaluable contributions to the United States of America and the community he so loved and served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide some extended remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recently held the first meeting of my Youth Advisory Council, a group of 24 high school students from my district who will help guide my work here in Congress. These students spoke boldly about their fears and hopes for the future, and they made one thing clear. They are done waiting for change. I don't blame them. Our country's policy failures have grounded our kids in uncertainty. Many feel like the American dream is out of reach. And that's personal for me. My trajectory has been an American dream. The first in my family to graduate from college, then become a physician, a U.S. Congresswoman, and giving privilege and opportunity to my children that I never knew. I didn't do it alone. Strong public schools, a union job, affordable higher education, affordable rent, they were all critical. Today's young people deserve the same opportunities that I had. That's why I created the Youth Advisory Council. That's why I'll continue to go to them to help us shape our policies of the future. And what I will say to them and all youth in my district, demand a seat. Today, we need to support your ideas and your dreams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising similar remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, while Donald Trump gives billions of dollars to Argentina and gets rich selling cryptocurrency to criminals and foreign agents, millions of Americans are facing financial ruin from rising health insurance costs. All across the country, Americans are getting letters like this from their insurance companies telling them how much their premiums are going up because of the failure of Republicans to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Susan from Foster, Rhode Island, a marketing executive, a marketing consultant, is seeing her insurance go up from $600 a month to $2,100, a 250% increase. Sarah, a small business owner from Cranston, is seeing her premiums go up more than $5,000 a year. Hillary from Providence, her family of four is going to be paying $10,600 more next year for the same insurance. It is time for President Trump and House Republicans to wake up to what the American people are experiencing, extend these Affordable Care Act tax credits now, stop playing games, let's save the health care of the American people. And I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the only Marylander on the House Ag Committee and as an Idaho potato farmer's daughter, I know hard work and uncertainty can define life on a farm. Unfortunately, America's farmers are being very hit by the administration's policies, including tariff policies, workforce challenges, inflammatory pressures, and cuts to USDA and SNAP programs. Sadly, farm bankruptcies are up 57% this year over last, with only more to come. In Maryland, 13,000 soybean farming families are feeling the pain. China, once 51% of our farmers' export market, have been turning to Argentina. Instead of offering real relief, this administration wants to send a $40 billion payout, half funded by American tax dollars, to Argentina while our farmers face a crisis. That's why today I am introducing H.R. 6061, the American Farmers First Act, which would block the $20 billion of taxpayer funds from going to Argentina and redirect it to our hardworking American farmers. Our farmers and ranchers put food on our tables. They are the engines of our economy. They deserve to be put first over foreign government competitors. I urge my colleagues to join me in putting our farmers first and this bill. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote on the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1327 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1327, a bill to direct the Secretary of Homeland Security to conduct a threat assessment of terrorist threats to the United States posed by individuals in Syria with an affiliation with a foreign terrorist organization or a specially designated global terrorist organization and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 1327.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1327, the Syria Terrorism Threat Assessment Act. This bill requires the Department of Homeland Security to conduct an assessment of the threats posed to the United States by individuals in Syria affiliated with a foreign terrorist organization or a specifically designated global terrorist group. Syria suffered under the Assad regime for decades, and Assad allowed Syria to be used as a hub of terrorist activity. While the Assad regime may no longer be in place, that does not mean that those terror networks have dispersed. This bill ensures that DHS and lawmakers are fully informed regarding terrorist threats to the United States that are still posed in Syria, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I reserve.
New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise also in support of H.R. 1327, the Syria Terrorism Threat Assessment Act. In December, the world watched as the Assad regime in Syria collapsed after 53 years of brutality and repression. As President Biden stated at the time, Assad's fall ushered a, quote, historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria, end quote. However, many also warned that the potential resurgence of terrorist groups in the regions, like the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda, could pose a significant threat to Americans and U.S. interests in the region and the homeland. The Syria Terrorism Threat Assessment Act is responsive to those warnings, and I thank my colleague, Mr. Luttrell, for introducing this. It ensures that the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with intelligence community partners, will evaluate and monitor terrorist threats to the United States posed by individuals in Syria affiliated with a foreign terrorist organization or a specially designated global terrorist organization. This is essential to ensure that the growing and new government in Syria is growing with the United States support and in a way that defeats terrorism on the world stage. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Guest. I rise today to advocate for the passage of H.R. 1327, the Syria Terrorism Threat Assessment Act. When the Assad regime was toppled in Syria late last year, the threat of terrorism did not disappear. It just actually shifted, adapted, and found new ways to survive. For decades, the Assad regime gave terrorist groups a place to train, organize, and plan attacks. You don't just swipe away the leadership and make the terrorism go away. Those threats don't disappear overnight, and we'd be foolish to think otherwise. Although Syria's government is in transition and terrorist designations against its new leadership have been lifted, we must not be naive to other terrorist threats that may still originate in the region. This bill directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to conduct a threat assessment posed to the U.S. by individuals in Syria associated with foreign terrorist organizations. As this body and this administration determine how best to engage with Syria in a post-era In post-Assad era, this threat assessment ensures that we have the information we need to make these decisions with eyes wide open. By doing so, we can better examine and mitigate emerging threats from the region. Our mission is clear. We must protect American lives and prevent future attacks on the homeland by strengthening our counterterrorism efforts. I'd like to thank Mr. Correa for his support, and I urge my colleagues to support this sensible legislation. With that, sir, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to be vigilant about potential terrorist threats to the homeland. This bill ensures that the Department of Homeland Security will do just that. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1327, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1327 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1736 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 324, H.R. 1736. A bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to conduct annual assessments on terrorism threats to the United States posed by terrorist organizations utilizing generative artificial intelligence applications and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to exclude extraneous materials on H.R. 1736.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1736, the Generative AI Terrorism Risk Assessment Act. The bill before us today requires DHS to conduct annual assessments on the use of generative AI by foreign terrorist organizations and expands information sharing to address AI-related threats. We know that terrorist groups, including ISIS and Al-Qaeda, have already used generative AI in sophisticated ways, producing propaganda to spur online recruitment and radicalization efforts. This technology poses new and heightened risk to our homeland security. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1736, the Generative AI Terrorism Risk Assessment Act. This bill directs the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Director of National Intelligence, to conduct assessments on terrorism threats to the United States posed by terrorist organizations' use of generative artificial intelligence applications. Mr. Speaker, we have all seen AI permeate our lives in both positive and negative ways. AI streamlines workflows, has made breakthroughs in the medical field, and can dramatically increase the speed with which the Americans are able to do work. But we have also seen the dark side of AI through biased and discriminatory algorithms and deepfake videos. This bill recognizes the danger that AI can pose when employed by terrorists who seek to harm our homeland. It requires the Department of Homeland Security to analyze incidents where foreign terrorist organizations have used or attempted to use generative AI to spread violent extremist messaging, recruit, radicalize, or plot attacks. This is a common sense bill that will help the department get ahead of terrorism threats. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of H.R. 1736, the Generative AI Terrorism Risk Assessment Act. The mass adoption of artificial intelligence is the latest in a series of technological revolutions that have permeated and influenced every aspect of our lives. And today we face a new reality. The same technologies driving innovation are now being weaponized against us by hostile actors. Earlier this year, the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism and Intelligence held a hearing to consider the extent to which terrorist groups are using generative AI for recruitment and radicalization. We know now, without a doubt, that terrorist organizations have already integrated generative AI into their operations. We found that groups including ISIS and Al-Qaeda are actively training in the use of artificial intelligence and using it to produce highly convincing propaganda, making it much easier for terrorist groups to recruit, radicalize, and carry out attacks on the U.S. homeland. My bill requires DHS to conduct annual assessments on threats to the U.S. by terrorist organizations using generative AI. It also requires greater information sharing and coordination across the intelligence community to ensure that we have the clearest possible picture of AI-related terror threats. This is an issue that requires us to be proactive and outmaneuver any group or individuals seeking to do us harm with this emerging technology. The Generative AI Terrorism Risk Assessment Act ensures that our homeland security policies and capabilities remain ahead of adversary tactics. Our response cannot be reactive. We must anticipate the future of terrorist methods and be prepared before these threats materialize. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and hope to see the Senate take similar action in the very near future. Passing this bill will equip our national security agencies with the tools they need to adapt and defend against the threats of tomorrow today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for introducing this bill. It does make a ton of common sense and is something that we all agree that we must be ahead of. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1736, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1736, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1936 as amended? As amended, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2259 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2259, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to require the development of a national strategy to secure elementary and secondary schools against acts of terrorism and ensure domestic preparedness for and the response of terrorism and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 2259.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2259, the National Strategy for School Security Act. Despite rising attacks against our nation's schools, there's currently no comprehensive federal strategy to protect schools from acts of terror. This bill closes this dangerous gap, requiring DHS to produce a school security strategy that identifies and works to mitigate vulnerabilities. In doing so, our schools will no longer be soft targets. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill and to protect our children. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself for such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2259, a bill directing the Department of Homeland Security to develop a national strategy to help secure our elementary and secondary schools from acts of terrorism. This bill moves us in the right direction, and it acknowledges a painful truth, that the safety of our students and teachers cannot be taken for granted. It recognizes that schools need federal support, coordination, and expertise to prepare for the threats they face. And it moves us on a bipartisan basis towards a more consistent, nationwide approach to keeping our children safe. But let me be clear, this is only a start. Creating a strategy is very important, but a strategy alone will not solve the problem. We owe it to every student, every educator, and every family to keep working, to take meaningful, comprehensive action that matches the scale of the threats facing our communities. I applaud my colleague, Congressman Gonzalez's efforts, and I encourage all of my other colleagues to support H.R. 2259. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guest. As the founder and co-chairman of the bipartisan School Safety and Security Caucus, I rise today to share a few words about my bill, the National Strategy for School Security Act. As a father of 6, I too share every parent and grandparent's worry when it comes to school safety. It is a sad reality that our nation's schools have become soft targets to violence. Across this chamber, too many of our home districts have witnessed tragedies in our own home districts. In May of 2022, 19 children and 2 teachers were senselessly killed at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde. Our children, the most vulnerable among us, sit in schools without a national plan in place to protect us from acts of terror. This bill closes a gap. It requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a strategy and place resources for securing our schools against acts of terrorism and best practices to prevent an act of violence from happening in the first place. This bipartisan bill is a much needed step towards safer classrooms across America. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that school shootings and acts of targeted violence continue to devastate towns and communities across this country. They leave lasting trauma in classrooms and families, and in the hearts of children who should never have to wonder whether they are safe at school. H.R. 2259 deserves our support. It shows that even in a deeply divided Congress, we can still find common ground when it comes to protecting our children. But our work cannot end here with this bill. We must continue pushing for stronger, more comprehensive solutions that address the full range of threats to our schools and communities. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 2259. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a representative of a school that was once subject to an act of violence, I fully support this legislation, and I want to thank Representative Gonzalez for his introduction of H.R. 2259. I urge my colleagues to please support this legislation, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2259 as amended? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentleman from Mississippi, seek refuge?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3965.
The clerk will report the bill, title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 268, H.R. 3965, a bill to establish in U.S. Customs and Border Protection a pilot program to adopt dogs from local animal shelters to be trained as support dogs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 3965.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3965, the Providing Emotional Assistance with Relief and Love Act, or the Pearl Act, as the men and women of the United States Customs and Border Protection work under incredibly stressful conditions to protect our borders. Providing a mechanism to boost their well-being will improve the mental health of our frontline officers and agents. This legislation would enhance CBP's Support K-9 program by creating a pilot program to adopt dogs from local animal shelters to serve as therapy dogs for CBP officers and agents. I would like to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for his leadership on this legislation, and with that I reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in my time serving on the Committee on Homeland Security, I've seen the importance of effective mental health services for the department's workforce, and I'd like to thank Representative Gonzalez for introducing this bill. Individuals within the U.S. Customs and Border Protection work in high-stress environments, protecting our air, land, and sea borders. And one way to help address the stressors that they face and support their mental health needs is by using therapy dogs. That's why I do support this piece of legislation, which will create a pilot program to adopt dogs from local animal shelters to be trained as therapy dogs for the CBP workforce. Not only will this bill provide additional mental health services to CBP personnel, but it will help the dogs in need of homes in our communities, certainly something everyone can support. I know my colleagues and I are committed to improving the mental health services offered to the men and women who work on our front lines every day. I support this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Pearl Act. With over 800 miles of the Texas-Mexico border, I represent the largest border district in the country. From Eagle Pass to Del Rio to the Big Bend region to El Paso, many of America's hardworking Border Patrol agents call Texas 23 home. Protecting our nation's border is no easy feat. It's long hours, late nights, and time away from home. The Pearl Act, named after a special canine that helped our Border Patrol agents through some tough times, gives our law enforcement one more tool to improve mental health outcomes at CBP. In 2023, CBP launched the Support K-9 program, which aims to improve mental health resources for CBP personnel. Here in Washington, we have a saying, if you want a friend, look for it, get a dog. And that's exactly what this bill is doing. My bill builds upon this goal by establishing a pilot program through the Department of Homeland Security to adopt dogs from local animal shelters to enhance the Support K-9 program. I look forward to seeing this legislation support the men and women who defend our borders every day in the United States, and I look forward to seeing this pass. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we should do all that we can to provide the men and women of Customs and Border Protection with effective mental health services, and this bill is a significant step in the right direction. And I speak from personal experience, as I got my children a dog a couple years ago after they were struggling from the after effects and trauma of being in Tel Aviv on October 7th, and it has done wonders for their mental health, so I know personally how important therapy dogs can be. The fact that this bill also helps dogs in need by getting them out of shelters and finding them good homes is something that we can all get behind, and we should all be behind. I support this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3965, the Pearl Act, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3965? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentleman from Mississippi, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4070.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 267, H.R. 4070. A bill to require a Homeland Security Border Threat Assessment on Tren de Aragua, an associated strategic plan, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Golden, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 4070.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4070, the Tren de Aragua Border Security Threat Assessment Act. Tren de Aragua, a gang formed in a Venezuelan prison, has expanded its reach throughout the United States. Designated by the Trump administration as a foreign terrorist organization, Tren de Aragua members have been responsible for kidnapping and extorting businesses throughout the United States. This legislation would require the Department of Homeland Security to conduct a border threat assessment on Tren de Aragua and develop a strategic plan to counter the threats identified in the assessment. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I'm grateful to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Knott, for bringing forth this important piece of legislation. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself for such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, conducting an assessment is an obvious and important first step in addressing any homeland security threat that we face. This bill, smartly and correctly, requires a Homeland Security Border Threat Assessment on Tren de Aragua, followed by the creation of a strategic plan based on this assessment. This bill, unfortunately, seems to be a little too late. The administration is already bombing boats that they claim to be Tren de Aragua in the Caribbean. I hope they have already done an assessment and have a plan. Certainly, they have not shared anything with Congress to that effect. And so it is very important for Congress to understand the threat that is leading to this administration's actions and that justifies this administration's actions. We have simply not been given enough information about the Trump administration's assessments, justification, and strategy for blowing up numerous boats off the coast of Venezuela. Members of Congress must have this information, and that is why I support this bill. But to be clear, we should have had this information long before the administration started bombing boats that they could have chosen to interdict or stop in other ways. This bill should not be necessary, but I do thank my friend from North Carolina for introducing it and recognizing that we should have a basic understanding of any organization that we are going to take military action against. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to speak in favor of H.R. 4070, the Tren de Aragua Border Security Threat Assessment Act. I'd like to first start by thanking Chairman Guest, Chairman Garbarino for their support and leadership in the Homeland Security Committee from which this bill has originated. Before Congress, I had the privilege to work in law enforcement, and I saw firsthand the horrible effects, the dangerous effects, and the lasting effects that weak borders have had on our wonderful country. Of course, there are pressures on housing, healthcare, and education wherever there are millions and millions of illegal aliens allowed to come into the country and then placed throughout our country. Of equal, if not greater concern to me, is the rampant growth and the effects of transnational criminal organizations that have grown throughout our country. This is perhaps best seen in Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua has grown its presence throughout the United States. It is growing every day and includes growth in my home state of North Carolina. My legislation would require the Department of Homeland Security to conduct a comprehensive border threat assessment to identify the criminal threats posed by TDA members, the threats that are posed to our communities, and how exactly they are so successful in growing in our communities. Law enforcement and their intelligence counterparts with this information will be better able to deploy a unified and focused strategy on how to appropriately dismantle and remove these threats from our country. It's past time that we return to a posture of strength to defend America and our citizens. We must send the message clearly and effectively. The United States will no longer be a safe harbor for violent, foreign, terrorist organizations like Tren de Aragua. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this important legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support members of Congress receiving more information about the Trump administration's strategy against Tren de Aragua. So I therefore support this piece of legislation and urge its immediate passage. It is long overdue for the Trump administration to share the information it has with Congress that justifies its military action against alleged Tren de Aragua members. And with that, I yield back the balance.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4070. This legislation is an important first step to combat an FTO, foreign terrorist organization that has embedded itself in our community. We see stories firsthand of the violent crime that these organizations are associated with: robbery, kidnapping, assault, and murder. I want to thank Mr. Knott for introducing this legislation. I wholeheartedly support this legislation. I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to please support this legislation, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4070? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4071.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 276, H.R. 4071, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance the operations of U.S. Customs and Border Protection in foreign countries and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 4071.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of H.R. 4071, the Combating International Drug Trafficking and Human Smuggling Partnership Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, United States Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations, their agents play a critical role in the Homeland Security mission. Every day, AMO agents conduct border operations to detect and disrupt human trafficking, narcotics trafficking, and to stop other dangerous and illicit contraband before it reaches our shore. The impact of the incredible work of the men and women of CBP's air and marine operation is undeniable. In fiscal year 2025 alone, AMO enforcement actions resulted in the seizure of more than 500,000 pounds of illegal narcotics. I will say that again. 500,000 pounds of potential deadly contraband was interdicted. That contraband will never make it into our communities or into the hands of our children. But as we see transnational criminal organizations continue to become more aggressive, they continue to try to extend their reach into the United States, and we must be prepared to meet this evolving threat. Strengthening international cooperation with our partners, such as those in the Western Hemisphere, it is an essential first step to combating drug trafficking and human smuggling, in addition to supporting other law enforcement missions. This legislation authorizes AMO and other designated CBP personnel to continue and to expand these successful bilateral agreements by providing training, sharing information, and conducting joint operations that will increase interdiction and enhance regional security, as it saves lives and it strengthens our defense and makes America safer. By bolstering AMO's ability to work with our foreign partners, my bill will help stem the flow of illegal narcotics and ensure that criminals are intercepted before they reach our shores. And we will protect our homeland from those who seek to cause us harm. I would like to thank Representative Poe for joining me on this legislation. In closing, I would urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, which will enhance CBP's air and marine operations capability as they work to keep our nation secure and the American people safe. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every day, Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations uses its highly trained pilots, mariners, and surveillance operators to detect, interdict, and stop the smuggling of people and illicit drugs. Air and marine operations, known as AMO, also conducts critical humanitarian missions and search and rescue operations out at sea, including after hurricanes and other natural disasters. They work with partner countries, specifically in the Americas and the Caribbean, to save lives, train foreign law enforcement, and address threats through joint operations before they reach our borders. Right now, AMO's authority to enter into these foreign partnerships relies on the yearly appropriations process, hindering their ability to do any long-term planning. This bill formalizes their ability to conduct operations with foreign partners and do such long-term planning. Any such agreements will still have to go through the State Department, but this change will improve AMO's ability to operate strategically and assist foreign partners quickly when needed. This can and will save lives. I want to thank AMO for their life-saving efforts, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation offered by my colleague from Mississippi. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill as it helps air and marine operations work quickly, effectively, and strategically with our foreign partners to keep our homeland safe and rescue those in need. This can be the difference between life and death in some cases. I therefore support this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the great work that we see the men and women of AMO perform this year, I'd like to give this body some of the statistics from FY24. In fiscal year 24, we see that AMO's actions result in the arrest of 1,009 individuals. that there were 48,609 apprehensions of illegal aliens, as well as the seizure or disruption of 244,781 pounds of cocaine, 2,235 pounds of fentanyl, 3,061 pounds of methamphetamine, the seizure of 1,499 weapons, and also the seizure of $12.5 million in United States currency. Mr. Speaker, the previous legislation that we just debated and passed the House talked about violent gangs, FTOs as they're often referred. The last legislation introduced by Mr. Knott talked about Tren de Aragua, and we see that Tren de Aragua has become embedded in our communities, that they are involved in violent crimes from robbery, assault, murder. They are involved in human trafficking. They are involved in narcotics trafficking. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this legislation, going hand in hand with the previous legislation that this body just took up and just passed, that it is an important step as we continue to remain vigilant, as we continue to do what the American people elected us to do. They elected us to keep them safe. They elected us to make sure that the communities in which they live, that those communities are great places to live and worship and to raise a family. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 4071, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4071? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4058.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 252, H.R. 4058. A bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance outreach for the Urban Area Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Grant Program of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 4058.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4058, the Enhancing Stakeholder Support and Outreach for Preparedness Grants Act, with the understanding that FEMA's preparedness grants for states, localities, urban areas, tribal, and territorial governments are vital to strengthening the security of this great nation. This legislation will require FEMA to engage with and to support relevant stakeholders prior to, during, and after the awarding of such grants. I support this effort to increase outreach, and Mr. Speaker, with that I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that we are here today to consider my bill, H.R. 4058, the Enhancing Stakeholder Support and Outreach for Preparedness Grants Act. This bill mandates that the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, provide ongoing outreach, engagement, education, technical assistance, and support to stakeholders before, during, and after awards for the State Homeland Security Program and the Urban Area Security Initiative, 2 of the department's leading grant programs that address preventing, mitigating, and responding to acts of terrorism. Throughout this Congress, the Committee on Homeland Security has heard a clear bipartisan message. Preparedness grants work. Time and again, first responders and Homeland Security professionals alike have warned us, without steady, reliable federal investment, our nation's readiness will suffer and our communities will be left more vulnerable to the threats that we face. They have told us in no uncertain terms, now is not the time to pull back. Now is the time to lean in. And now is the time to strengthen these programs and ensure grantees have a meaningful voice in shaping the policies that guide their work on the ground. My district, like so many others, relies on the Urban Area Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Program to strengthen emergency preparedness and enhance counterterrorism coordination. These priorities remain critical in New York City, where the memory of 9/11 serves as a constant reminder of the ongoing threat of terrorism. Established in the aftermath of 9/11 to protect our communities, these grants continue to play a vital role in safeguarding our city. That is why my bill, H.R. 4058, works to ensure stronger oversight in how these Homeland Security grants are managed. My bill requires FEMA to conduct annual surveys and other feedback mechanisms to gain and gather input from stakeholders and incorporate this feedback into future grant opportunities. Additionally, H.R. 4058 directs the Government Accountability Office to report on the effectiveness of FEMA's efforts within 2 years and mandates that FEMA submit a detailed report to Congress on stakeholder outreach and engagement. My bill ensures that the Urban Area Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Program grants are responsive to local needs and truly effective in protecting our communities. The coordination between local, state, and federal government is all the more important as we face increasing threats to our homeland, and this bill would help to facilitate that. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4058 and to act quickly so that these critical funds reach the communities that need them most. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserve.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no speakers, and I am prepared to close after the gentleman from New York closes. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my legislation would play a crucial role in strengthening FEMA's engagement with state and local partners, ensuring that Homeland Security grants are responsive, transparent, and actually driven by the needs of the communities they are meant to protect. Passage of this legislation is essential to preserving our national readiness and strengthening our security against emerging threats. H.R. 4058 restores fairness, accountability, and effectiveness to FEMA's grant process so that every community, regardless of politics, regardless of blue or red, can count on the support it needs to prevent and respond to acts of terrorism. Lastly, I want to thank Ranking Member Thompson, Resident Commissioner Hernandez, and former Congressman and Chairman Mark Green for co-sponsoring this bill. I also extend my gratitude to the Major Cities Chiefs Association and the International Association of Fire Chiefs for endorsing the bill. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 4058, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields back, and the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from New York for his work on this piece of legislation, and I also want to recognize the support of former colleague, former chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mark Green. Mr. Speaker, I would urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 4058, and with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Mississippi yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4058? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion. This gentleman from Mississippi.
I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote on the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6019 to repeal certain provisions related to notifications to Senate offices regarding legal process on disclosure of Senate data and for other purposes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6019, a bill to repeal certain provisions relating to notification to Senate offices regarding legal process on disclosure of Senate data and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional materials on this bill.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6019, introduced by my colleague, Congressman Austin Scott of Georgia. Now, before I dive into the substance of this bill, let me highlight some good news. The government's open and funded. SNAP benefits are being funded. Air traffic controllers, TSA agents, hardworking people are getting paid. But of course, Mr. Speaker, if the Democrats had their way, the federal government would still be shut down. People wouldn't be receiving their SNAP benefits. Law enforcement officials at the federal level wouldn't be receiving payment. Air traffic controllers and TSA agents also wouldn't be paid. So the good news is, Mr. Speaker, by passage of the underlying legislation that we're going to be discussing today, the government is open and operational for the American people. Look, Mr. Speaker, no bill is perfect. And the bill we passed to reopen the government, it's just that. It had a provision that needs repair, that we need to go in and remove out from that bill. In the legislation by my colleague, Mr. Austin Scott of Georgia, does just that. The troubling provision grants senators a private cause of action against the United States if a senator's data, either official or personal, is retrieved without their knowledge. They could sue the government. But it also included a provision that allows senators to receive a minimum of $500,000 per instance of data retrieval. That policy, in my opinion, the opinion I think of all of the members of this institution, is unacceptable. No one should be able to enrich themselves because the federal government wronged them. No elected official should be able to. So without question, there's far better ways to handle this. The legislative branch should correctly address the Biden administration's weaponization of the FBI to spy on United States senators in its Operation Arctic Frost. The abuses, Mr. Speaker, by the Biden administration are completely unacceptable, and I'm committed to holding those involved accountable. No one benefited by the failures of the Biden administration. However, that does not mean that elected officials should be financially benefiting from those failures now. These provisions are not the right path to address the concerns, true concerns, over the separation of powers. Remember, Congress serves the American people, not the other way around. Today, we have an opportunity to take a good bill that reopened the federal government and make it better by repealing the provisions that were slid into the Ledge Branch of Probes Act of 2026. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 6019 to repeal this legislation. And I thank my colleague, Congressman Austin Scott, for bringing it forward. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. And I rise in strong support of H.R. 6019. Last week's bill to fund the government included a provision added quietly in the dead of night that facilitates the transfer of millions of taxpayer dollars from the United States Treasury to the personal bank accounts of 8 Republican senators. And not just any senators. They were senators who may have had knowledge of or even participated in efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Efforts that culminated in a violent attack on this very institution. Because many of my Republican colleagues seem determined to forget the reality of that day, allow me to remind you that during this attack, Capitol police officers were maimed while protecting the lives of the very senators now seeking to enrich themselves at the taxpayers' expense. Officers lost eyes, they lost fingers, they suffered traumatic brain injuries and had their spinal discs smashed. One was stabbed with a metal fence stake. Another suffered a heart attack after being repeatedly tased. Some tragically lost their lives. Others were so severely injured that they could no longer continue to serve in law enforcement. The plot to overturn the 2020 presidential election led multiple grand juries, both state and federal, to bring felony charges against its organizers and participants. These charges were based on actions like promoting fake elector slates, urging state officials to find votes to change the election outcome, and urging Vice President Pence to stand just a few feet from here behind that very dais and violate the United States Constitution. According to public reports, one of the 8 Republican senators now eligible for this taxpayer-funded windfall testified before one of those grand juries. At the conclusion of the testimony, that Republican senator reportedly embraced the prosecutor and lauded the work of the grand jurors as cathartic. That same senator announced just yesterday that he intends to seek his payout of tens of millions of dollars from federal taxpayers. It should be clear to everyone here, under no circumstances should the power entrusted to us as members of Congress be used to line your own pockets. Period. Full stop. And anyone who voted for this appalling provision, including all but 2 House Republicans just last week, should feel ashamed of themselves. As these Republican senators and House members know, phone records are among the most routine tools used in criminal investigations. They do not reveal the content of any conversations. They simply show which numbers were called, which numbers called them, and when those calls were made. They are essentially phone bills. If these Republican senators genuinely believe that their civil liberties were violated, or if they are interested in changing the law relating to subpoenas, then they are better positioned than literally anyone on planet Earth to hold hearings, draft legislation, and debate proposed changes in the open. But that's not what this is all about. This is about ensuring the law applies to every other American, just not to them. Let me repeat that. This law applies only to them, not even members of the House of Representatives, nor should it. Not to any other American citizen, just them. This kind of self-serving, self-dealing, one-sided, get-rich-quick scheme at the expense of taxpayers is why Americans are so disgusted with this Congress. And it's why I expect many of those who supported this provision will be dismissed next November. This lucrative carve-out masquerading as legislation isn't an isolated occurrence. It's part of a broader pattern, the weaponization of the Department of Justice and the United States Treasury to reward allies and punish perceived enemies. Let me briefly highlight just a few other examples. Earlier this year, the Trump Department of Justice agreed to a $5 million settlement with an estate of a January 6 rioter who was killed while attempting to violently breach this chamber just outside those doors. As the chief of police of the Capitol Police said at the time, the settlement, quote, sends a chilling message to law enforcement nationwide, especially to those with a protective mission like ours, end quote. According to public reporting, Department of Justice is also negotiating a settlement of up to $50 million to disgraced former General Michael Flynn over the purported wrongful prosecution, even though he confessed to the crimes for which, incredibly, he now says he was wrongly prosecuted. You can't make this up. Other reports indicate that President Trump is seeking $230 million from taxpayers for himself personally for prior investigations into his conduct. And let's not forget, on day one of this administration, when President Trump issued blanket pardons to over 1,000 criminals convicted of January 6 crimes, including members of the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys who assaulted Capitol Police officers. And just last week, a militia member who participated in the riot was repardoned for a completely unrelated gun charge, pardoned twice. And what have we heard from congressional Republicans about all of this? About legalized payoffs to Republican senators? About get-rich-quick schemes unfolding within the federal government? About rewards for friends and retribution against opponents? Absolutely nothing. The silence is deafening. Last I checked, this is the United States Congress, not the Russian Duma. We do not create a protected class of elites who can siphon off public money, reward their friends, punish their political opponents, and insulate themselves from accountability. That's not what we are, or at least we weren't until last week when nearly every single House Republican voted for this disgraceful provision of law after rejecting Democratic amendments to strip it from the bill. You had every opportunity to stop this provision from ever becoming law, but you voted for it anyway. And now you just want to turn around and say, just kidding, we didn't mean it. What are we doing here? Let's review the sequence of events. Senate Republicans snuck this outrageous provision into a bill to reopen the federal government after months of Republicans insisting they would only accept a clean funding bill. I can't tell you the number of times, with all due respect, I heard Speaker Johnson say it over and over again. House Republicans went right along with this. And now, straight-faced, worthy of an Academy Award, they want to pretend the Senate may repeal the very payoff they just made law. As we head into the fourth and I pray final year of this majority, I didn't think anything could shock me more. I was wrong. The American people are sick and tired of this. They're sick and tired of watching politicians come to Washington to get rich while everyday Americans suffer through an affordability crisis Republicans don't appear interested in confronting. They're sick and tired of watching Republicans block a tax credit that would lower health insurance costs for millions of Americans after passing a partisan budget that will throw millions more off Medicaid, only to turn around and create a slush fund for themselves. I represent Rochester, New York, the city Frederick Douglass chose to make his home and to publish the North Star. Douglass reminded us, the life of the nation is secure only when the nation is honest, truthful, and virtuous. Ask yourselves, is sneaking this self-enriching provision into what was supposedly a clean funding bill honest, truthful, or virtuous? I think we all know the answer. In fact, I'm so opposed to this corrupt provision, I actually voted against it last week. And I look forward to hearing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to explain why they did not. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, there's been a lot said in the last few minutes. Let's be clear. Senate Democrat leadership knew about the language as well as House Republican leadership. Senate Republican leadership. Both sides knew about this language. Nobody in the House supported this language. This language did not go through any committee in the Senate, did not go through any committee in the House, and could never be passed and signed into law if it was discussed openly where the American citizens could actually see and understand what was happening. We were given a choice the other day: open the government or keep the government closed. The people on my side of the aisle almost unanimously voted to open the government, and I'm glad that we ended the chaos, Mr. Speaker. I want you to know that, because if the Democrats had had that way, the chaos would be ensuing today. But there's a provision in this bill that in my time in office, I believe is probably the most self-centered, self-serving piece of language that I have ever seen in any piece of legislation. And for the people who are saying it's 500,000, I want the American citizens to know this. It's not 500,000. It's 500,000 per account, per occurrence. We have one senator, who maintains that this provision is good and is currently saying that he is going to sue for tens of millions of dollars. I believe my side did the right thing in voting to open up the government. There are a select few people that did the wrong thing in putting language in the bill that would make themselves individually wealthy. All this language does is repeals that. All this does is repeals that one provision of the law that would enrich what is now down to one individual member saying they're going to sue for tens of millions of dollars. There's not a whole lot to debate here. I hope all of the House will vote unanimously to do it. And then I hope that yesterday, Senator Thune will immediately put the bill on the floor and that we can immediately get this to the president's desk and we can get back to doing the business of the people now that the government is open. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
I thank my colleague for his leadership and authorship of this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to say, as someone who served on the House Rules Committees for 4 years, that we clearly could have put on the floor and made in order an amendment to strike this provision from the bill that had been passed by the Senate. Most people who took social studies in elementary school understand the bill has to pass the Senate and the House before it's sent to the President. Had we had the opportunity, we would have voted on an amendment. I guarantee it would have passed this House, and you would have had the full support of Democrats to strike that provision, and then we could have sent it back to the Senate. So the fact that we weren't forced to do this last week, and there was an amendment made in the Rules Committee that the Rules Committee Republicans rejected, which would have made in order an amendment which would have stripped this provision from the bill. So that should have been done, could have been done. People made a conscious decision on the other side of the aisle not to include that amendment and make it in order so we wouldn't have to be here today trying to mop up the mess that has been created. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of legislation to repeal a last-minute, dead-of-night provision added to the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act that greenlights 8 Republican senators to raid the Treasury and reward themselves with millions of taxpayer dollars because they were investigated for their involvement in the 2021 insurrection. These 8 senators provided support to President Trump's attempt to overturn the results of a free and fair election. It is a brazen attempt by Republicans to further whitewash a conspiracy and a violent insurrection while lining their own pockets with taxpayer dollars. It's a trifecta of the type of corruption that shakes Americans' faith in Congress: contempt for the rule of law, a secret backroom deal, and self-enrichment. This Republican senator slush fund is yet another example of the corruption that has taken hold here. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, to speak on this bill.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin for his leadership here and managing this bill on the floor on behalf of my friend from Georgia, who rightfully raised this issue in the Rules Committee, on which he and I both serve, and which we immediately raised in front of the Rules Committee and for the entire body. There is nobody, to the best of my knowledge, in this body who supports this language that was inserted in the end of the funding bill that we passed last week. I don't know anybody. I've yet to meet one person who supports it. So rather than my colleagues on the other side of the aisle coming together in a bipartisan agreement that we're going to, as the House, hip check the Senate for having put a provision in there that we disagree with, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to try to make this a partisan issue, when in fact Senate Democrats were equally involved in making sure that this provision got inserted. And in fact, they were very specific about only wanting a provision if it was only focused on the Senate. They didn't want it to be used, for example, to help J6ers or FACE Act individuals who were abused by the Department of Justice under President Biden. They didn't want it to be a more expansive private right of action. Instead, they wanted it to be narrow, and narrow for the Senate. So rather than the House being in a bipartisan agreement, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to make it partisan. So we're going to make it partisan. Let's be very clear. The reason we were in the position that we were in last week was that we'd been shut down for 43 days. Why? Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have literally nothing to run on. The only thing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can run on is shutting down the government, making up nonsense about health in which they're going to enrich insurance companies in the process, and have nothing to take to the American people other than trying to create division. So here we are. And the fact of the matter is, we're going to pass this legislation within days. We're going to send it to the Senate, and we're going to make clear to the Senate that they need to correct this issue because the American people rightly are with us. And the House of Representatives, Republican and Democrats, are rightly checking the Senate. But there's one last really important piece to this, which is the Arctic frost investigation itself, which specifically targeted United States senators in an egregious abuse of power, targeting those senators for their information and their records. That is something that is an absolute affront to separation of powers and to our constitutional order to have the Department of Justice targeting those senators. So those senators were rightly wanting to find ways to stop Jack Smith and the abuses of the Department of Justice. We in this chamber just simply believe that if you're going to do something like that, it should apply to all Americans and not be something specific to the United States Senate. We're correcting this now. We should pass it immediately. The Senate should take it up and pass it. And a little personal message to the Senate: take this up and pass it, or you're not getting any support from this member for any of your measures that come over to this body. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, I have enormous respect for my colleagues and particularly those that serve on the Rules Committee, but this could have been dealt with last week. There was no reason to pass this. You knew. And by the way, yes, Democrats were fighting for tax breaks and subsidy that makes health insurance more affordable for millions of Americans who go to work every day. Yes, we couldn't do that because Speaker, Senator Thune, the majority leader, insisted it had to be a clean CR, had to be a clean continuing resolution, no other provisions. Somehow, this got in there. This wasn't clean. There's nothing clean about this. And by the way, last week when we were considering this, had we made the amendment in order that we received to consider right now, would have passed, presumably overwhelmingly, if what I'm hearing from my colleagues is true, we could have sent the bill back to the Senate. I'm sorry, I know we didn't want to, impose on them and their time to take this out. And by the way, what these Republican senators are saying was such an egregious abuse is something that every American is subject to. Every single one of the 340 million Americans blessed to call this country our home have to go through except these senators because they think it's outrageous that and by the way, if you took this to its logical conclusion, a senator that might participate in the overthrow of the United States government, let's just say hypothetically, and was coordinating to do that, could not have the Department of Justice look at their phone records. Same thing they can do to every other one of the 340 million Americans, but not these senators. God, no, they can't have that. They can't have, if there's some reason to suggest that they might have information, that the Justice Department can't do it. And by the way, that wasn't the rule back when this happened in 2022. They're doing it retroactively. They're changing the law going back 3 years and allowing them to sue the United States taxpayers for millions and millions of dollars. Last night, a United States senator said he intends to sue for tens of millions of dollars under this provision. I can't imagine anything that would cause more anxiety to American taxpayers than to see this debate and understand what happened. So respectfully, I appreciate it, but we could have dealt with this last week, should have dealt with this last week. We shouldn't be here. I'll support the bill, but boy, and by the way, there's no guarantee that the United States Senate is going to take this up. So this may all be for show, just to make people feel guilty about having voted for this or wanting to convince voters back home that they really weren't complicit in giving this extraordinary bonanza to a handful of elitists who feel somehow aggrieved by the fact that they had information that might have actually been really helpful about looking at the potential overthrow of the 2020 presidential election. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hegeman, to speak on this bill.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6019. Included in the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371 was a section providing for a private right of action for those senators who were targeted by the Biden administration to access their cell phone data. I support repealing this particular provision, not because I think that these senators and others should not be able to sue the federal government for these acts, but because they already have the ability to do so. The senators, similar to any other citizen who was wrongfully targeted by the Biden administration, already have a private right of action to sue the federal government, including the FBI and other agencies who may have been involved, for violation of their Fourth Amendment rights and other statutory provisions that govern privacy rights and/or that limit federal law enforcement from pursuing political witch hunts. And I guess I am just absolutely shocked by my colleague on the other side who believes that the federal government has the right to invade the privacy and violate the Fourth Amendment rights not only of sitting U.S. senators, but the 340 million people in this country. He apparently believes that the federal government has the right to access their phone data at any time, which is absolutely untrue. My message to those individuals who were involved in violating the constitutional rights of American citizens is very simple. You are the very type of tyrants that our founders fought against and the reason as to why they drafted the Bill of Rights. You will be exposed, you will be held accountable, and you should never be allowed near the levers of power again. I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 6019, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, to speak on this bill.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6019, a bill that I am proud to be an original co-sponsor of. It would repeal the indefensible Senate payday provision that was snuck into the critical funding legislation to reopen the government last week. With the goal of ending the suffering caused by the Schumer shutdown top of mind, I voted yes on the CR. It was the right thing to do, and I hope the American people are never again used as, quote, leverage. However, what the Senate sent us contained a poison pill, a provision to give certain senators the ability to sue the federal government for $500,000 or perhaps millions of dollars for alleged illegal surveillance conducted by the Biden DOJ. I remain convinced the last administration conducted a large number of politically motivated investigations. However, the solution isn't for aggrieved lawmakers to get a payday at taxpayer expense. As members of Congress, the people have entrusted us to be a check on the executive branch. They didn't send us here to collect checks when the executive oversteps. All members of the House should take issue with Senate leadership for secretly slipping in this provision. In fact, whoever carefully crafted this scheme failed to tell their Senate colleagues. And I agree with Senator John Kennedy, who said, quote, "Whoever put this in had an obligation to tell us about it," and they didn't. The consensus of many legal experts is that this provision amounts to a pay increase. To me, the provision reads like a Christmas bonus, and that is blatantly unconstitutional. It defies the 27th Amendment, which says no law can change a lawmaker's compensation until a new Congress is sworn in. If the House legislation we are debating today does not receive a vote in the Senate, I want to make it clear, I am taking action. Today, I have introduced House Resolution 892, a House resolution that empowers Speaker Johnson to bring this issue before the courts and challenge the so-called Senate payday provision as blatantly unconstitutional. Importantly, because my resolution is a House resolution, it does not require the consent or cooperation of the Senate, which has shamefully shown no willingness to undo this egregious policy. The House does not have to wait for the Senate to act and watch idly while this payday stands. I urge my colleagues to support Representative Scott's legislation and to support my resolution so we can stand up for the integrity of Congress, uphold the Constitution, and restore public trust in this institution. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to time remaining?
The gentleman has 6.5 minutes remaining.
6.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I inquire how much time is remaining on the majority?
The gentleman has 7.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire provision created by U.S. senators for themselves and themselves alone is outrageous, and I will, of course, be voting to repeal it today. But we also need to ask how this was allowed to happen. And I have to tell you, it doesn't help that the House wasn't even here. For 6 straight weeks, House leadership decided to cancel our sessions. Every oversight hearing, every markup of legislation, everything. And why? To this day, there's been no coherent rationale offered. Now, throughout this time, I warned that this was not only holding back our own legislative priorities, but was also making the House irrelevant in any deal to reopen the government. And of course, that's what ended up happening. The Senate never passed our CR. They negotiated their own deal. And after 50 days away, the House was brought back for one flyby vote to ratify what the Senate had come up with as our only opportunity to reopen the government. So the Senate was so thoroughly convinced of the House's irrelevance that they thought that they could literally insert a self-enrichment scheme into the legislation and get away with it. And by the way, they still might get away with it, because while we're passing a bill to repeal it today, that still has to pass the Senate. So we need to pass this in the House today. We need to insist that this provision be included in a must-pass bill going forward so that it cannot actually be utilized. And more than that, we need to start reasserting ourselves as a House, reclaiming our authority under Article 1 and giving the American people the representation they deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
I reserve and am prepared to
The gentleman
close.
from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope today's debate was about more than simply a press release about people trying to absolve themselves and not just another waste of taxpayer time and money misleading the American people about the intentions of Senate Republicans. The Senate should act on this measure. They should act on it today. Rarely in life is there the second chance to do the right thing, but I urge my colleagues here to do the right thing, and I certainly urge members of the Senate to do the right thing as well. And with that, I yield back, sir.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before we close, I just want to wrap up a few things that have been discussed today. We were closed as a federal government for 43 days because Democrats in the House of Representatives voted against a clean CR and then cheered on their Democratic colleagues in the United States Senate to keep the government closed as people suffered, as individuals who were showing up to work weren't receiving payment from law enforcement officers, Border Patrol officers. SNAP benefits weren't being paid, and that pain was getting quite real. And finally, after 43 days, 8 Democratic senators came to the table and said we should reopen the government. Those 8 voted for this bill. I didn't hear my colleagues critique those 8 Democrats in the United States Senate who were involved in drafting the final legislation. In fact, my suggestion the whole time was that the Senate should have passed the clean CR the House sent to them. And if we look at the record, time after time after time, Democrats in the United States Senate refused to pass the clean CR, which would have avoided this mess in the first place. So if we're curious as to who caused this problem, I think the answer, Mr. Speaker, is quite clear. Democrats in the House of Representatives voted against a clean CR and then cheered on their Democratic colleagues in the United States Senate to keep this government closed. As this came to the House, this provision was buried in it. But we had an obligation to reopen the federal government to make sure that law enforcement officers were getting paid, air traffic controllers were getting paid, SNAP benefits were flowing once again. So we voted for it. And today is the opportunity to clean up this provision. There's far better ways to address the abuses of the Biden administration. And those abuses do need to be addressed, just not in this mechanism. So I encourage all of my colleagues in the House of Representatives, and I hope we have a unanimous vote tonight, as we pass H.R. 6019. And I encourage everyone to vote aye. I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6019? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the purpose of the gentleman from Wisconsin seek
Mr.
recognition.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 4405, an act to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
What purpose? Gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Censuring Representative Corey Mills of Florida and removing him from the Committee on Armed Services and the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Whereas prior to serving in the House of Representatives, Representative Corey Mills founded Paysum Solutions International, LLC, and Paysum Defense, LLC, and acquired Amtech Corporation, now renamed as ALS, Inc., companies which engage in security and military contracting with the United States government as well as foreign nations. Whereas in August 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct found from January 2023 to present, Paysum Defense, ALS, has been actively contracting with the federal government, securing close to $1 million in federal contracts for munitions and weapons distributed to prisons across the country. Specifically, since January 9th, 2024, 94 contracts have been awarded to entities owned by Representative Mills, and went on to conclude, quote, there is substantial reason to believe that Representative Mills may have entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress, in violation of House rules, standards of conduct, and federal law. Whereas in August 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct noted, according to its website, Paysum Solutions is currently registered and or partnered with trusted local firms to work in the following countries: United States, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, UAE, Australia, Kenya, Malaysia, and Kuwait. Public reports indicate companies owned by Representative Mills sought or entered into contracts to sell munitions to foreign nations while serving as a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and on the Committee on Armed Services. Whereas entities owned by Representative Mills seeking or entering into contracts to sell munitions to the United States government as well as foreign nations, he did so while he serves as a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Committee on Armed Services, represents a clear and troubling conflict of interest. Whereas in August 2024, and the Office of Congressional Conduct further adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there are substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information in his financial disclosure statements, accepted excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans, and contributions that may not have derived from Representative Corey Mills' personal funds, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas individuals who served in the military with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the account of events, which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills received the award of a Bronze Star, bestowed in 2021 or afterwards for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of the Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigade Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. Whereas retired Brigadier General Arnold N. Gordon Bray has stated he did not personally write, read, or sign the Department of the Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star. Whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star, and the Department of the Army Form 638 disputed what Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or provided life-saving care. Whereas one private first class cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid, and also denied that his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas one sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account a fabrication and claimed that he was, quote, not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. Whereas Representative Corey Mills' employment application to DynCorp International stated he served in the United States Army 75th Ranger Regiment and attended United States Army Sniper School, claims which are not corroborated in his military records. Whereas on February 19, 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19, 2025 at the residence of Representative Corey Mills. Whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out the door. And also said that the woman involved showed the officer bruises on her arm, which appeared fresh. Whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim let officers hear Subject 1, now identified as by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, Subject 1 made contact with the police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officials said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 911 operator and police that she'd been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries. And that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body camera footage from the responding officers, and reclassified the case as a domestic violence assault. Whereas on February 21, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for misdemeanor assault existed and sent an arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Whereas for July 14, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 21st to February 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her, and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public reports described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas on October 14, 2025, the Circuit Court of the 3rd Judicial Circuit in Columbia County, Florida, issued a final judgment of injunction for protection against dating violence against Representative Corey Mills, based on a finding that his former romantic partner was a victim of dating violence or had reasonable cause to believe she was in imminent danger of becoming a victim of an act of dating violence. And whereas such conduct by Representative Corey Mills affects the dignity and the integrity of the proceedings of the House and brings discredit upon the House, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Corey Mills be censured. Representative Corey Mills forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Corey Mills be censured with a public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Corey Mills be and is hereby removed from the Committee on Armed Services and the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the House.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of privilege of the House has immediate proceeding only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from South Carolina will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose, the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up the bill H.R. 5214, the District of Columbia Cash Bail Reform Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar 269, H.R. 5214, a bill to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 879, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Cashless bail allows dangerous, violent criminals on our streets For far too long, dangerous criminals have been allowed to roam the streets of Washington, D.C., posing a threat to the general public. Progressive activist judges are currently allowed to release criminals to D.C. streets with only a promise that they will not reoffend and will return to court for their trial date. The D.C. Cash Bail Reform Act would take away a judge's ability to release these violent criminals. It would require judges to hold anyone charged with a violent crime before trial, and it would impose cash bail or bail bonds on anyone charged with a range of public safety or law and order offenses. This is a smart and long overdue reform that rectifies the ill-conceived policies currently enacted in the district. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense public safety bill, and I thank Representative Stefanik for her leadership on this issue and the National Fraternal Order of Police for their support. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as may consume, please.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose the legislation which is in front of us, which is another completely unacceptable attack on the district and our democratic principles. Now, we know that D.C. has more residents than 2 states. D.C. pays more federal taxes than 26 states. And D.C.'s government is accountable to the people who live here. Local leaders should be empowered to solve problems without Congress constantly interfering. Now, I've said many times, if Donald Trump wants to run D.C., he should resign from Congress. He should resign and run for mayor. And if Republicans want to get tough on crime, they should stop protecting the criminals in the Epstein Files and demand transparency from Donald Trump. But let's talk about the bill in front of us today. The Cash Bail Reform Act we know is unfair and bad policy. Under this bill, if you are charged with certain crimes, you will automatically be locked up before your trial. For other crimes, this bill would require cash bail or bond. This will make D.C.'s local law much more strict than even federal law. Pretrial release should be based on a judge's determination of flight risk and danger to the community. We should let trained judges and prosecutors do their jobs and consider each fact of each case. You shouldn't automatically be locked up based on a criminal charge before you're even proven to be guilty. We know in our system that you are innocent until proven guilty. And we know that should be true whether you are rich or poor. This bill will lock up more people that are low income and more people that are also innocent. It will reinforce an unfair system where the rich get perks while the poor suffer. Democrats are fighting for a system where wealthy elites aren't above the law, but where the justice system is fair for all. And we're fighting for democracy. We should let the council, the mayor, and the district's justice system work together as they balance the public safety needs of the people. When D.C. residents don't like local policies, they could demand different policies from their elected leaders and certainly vote them out of office. This bill is not about safety, but about Congress once again interfering in local safety decisions by D.C. residents that are perfectly capable of making these decisions on their own. We should be clear, this bill is also opposed by the mayor, the city council, many in the community, and is an overreach by the Republican majority to try to control the district. The bill is unnecessary, it undermines home rule, and it can make D.C. less safe. And I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I need to add this. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks that include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. I'm sorry, gentleman from California.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Congressman Ivey.
Gentleman is recognized for as much time. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, and I rise in opposition to this legislation. As a former prosecutor here in Washington, D.C., I had a chance to use these statutes frequently with respect to the bail determination that is made in all of these criminal cases at some point or another. My colleague talked about this being common sense legislation, but the D.C. bill is patterned on the Federal Bail Reform Act. And I note that There's no effort to amend that here or change it in the way that's been proposed in this bill. In addition to that, roughly 40 states in the Union are patterned after the Federal Bail Reform Act, just like the D.C. bill is, but there's no effort to change those. And many of those 40 states are represented by members on the other side who support this bill. But the main point I want to raise right now is that it appears to me that this bill, as drafted, would create a scenario that's unconstitutional. As I read it, it strikes a 5-day provision. In other words, when somebody's initially arrested, they can be held for 5 days until you can have the full-scale hearing. The way this is drafted is it eliminates the 5 days, and it says, notwithstanding any other provision, the judicial officer shall order that the person who is charged with this crime be detained for the period before trial. I think that says that no matter what, whoever's arrested for any of these charges is a mandatory requirement that they be held for the entire pretrial period. That would certainly be unconstitutional. Under Salerno, the Supreme Court case, which ruled on the constitutionality of this language over 40 years ago, the Supreme Court said that there's a variety of safeguards that have been put in place: right to counsel, detention hearing, chance to offer opposing evidence, and the like, that provides the safeguards that permit this statute to be found to be constitutional. But the way this bill is drafted, none of those safeguards could come into play because the initial provision as it's written makes all of those superfluous and says that no matter what, if these charges arise, the person has to be detained for the entire pretrial period. So I would say at this point, though, that because it's unconstitutional, I would urge my Republican colleagues to oppose this bill. I would urge all of my colleagues to oppose this bill. And I would note that Salerno was written by Chief Justice Rehnquist, no liberal advocate, and Justice Scalia supported it as well. This is a provision that has key safeguards that are excluded by the way this is drafted. It has to be revised. I oppose it even if you do the revision piece because I think it violates the rights of the District of Columbia to make their own determinations. But at a minimum, please send constitutional law forward. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
Reserve.
Reserved. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Norton.
So ordered.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, and I strongly oppose this bill, which amends the District of Columbia pretrial release and detention law. Last year, violent crime in D.C. was down 35%, reaching an over 30-year low. This year, violent crime in D.C. is down 38% compared with the same period last year. I suspect most of my Republican colleagues do not know that D.C.'s longstanding pretrial release and detention law is substantially the same as the longstanding federal pretrial release and detention law, or that the same well-respected federal agency provides pretrial services for both local and federal trial courts in D.C. This bill requires, in the case of certain crimes, pretrial detention based solely on a charge and financial conditions for pretrial release. However, mandatory pretrial detention based solely on a charge is unconstitutional, and financial conditions for pretrial release criminalize poverty. Neither D.C. nor federal law requires pretrial detention or financial conditions for pretrial release, but both laws permit each. Under both D.C. and federal law, pretrial release and detention are based on a judge's assessment of a defendant's risk of not appearing in court and danger to the community. In contrast, 18 states, the majority of which are red states, have a constitutional right to bail, meaning except in capital cases, a defendant cannot be detained pre-trial based solely on flight of risk or dangerousness. Pre-trial detention is a severe restriction on the ability of an individual who is presumed innocent. This bill requires detention for the period before trial based solely on a charge with no adversary hearing. That is unconstitutional. The Due Process Clause of the Constitution requires an adversary hearing to detain a defendant for the period before trial. In 1987, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the federal pretrial release and detention law. In its ruling, the court stressed the law's procedural protections for defendants. Chief Judge Rehnquist said, in our society, liberty is the norm, and detention prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception. We hold that the provisions for pretrial detention in the Bail Reform Act of 1984 fall within that carefully limited exception. The Act authorizes the detention prior to trial of arrestees charged with serious felonies who are found after an adversary hearing to pose a threat to the safety of the individuals or of the community, which no condition of release can dispel. The numerous procedural safeguards detailed above must attend this adversary hearing. Studies show that whether a jurisdiction requires financial conditions for pretrial release has no effect on the crime rates of that jurisdiction. Instead, even small financial conditions for pretrial release often force poor defendants to remain in jail, which can cost them their jobs and housing and leads to more convictions and longer sentences. The over 700,000 D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of governing themselves. If residents do not like how members of D.C.'s local legislature vote, residents can vote them out of office or pass a ballot measure. That is called democracy. If D.C. residents do not like how members of Congress vote on local D.C. matters, residents cannot vote them out of office. That is the antithesis of democracy. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters opposing this bill from D.C. Mayor, the entire D.C. Council, and the D.C. Attorney General, all of whom were elected by D.C. residents. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this undemocratic and paternalistic bill. It is long past for Congress to pass the D.C. statehood bill.
Without
Free
objection.
D.C.
Without objection. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Congressman Walkinshaw.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5214, which erodes the self-governance of the District of Columbia. 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, I was a local government official not far from here in Fairfax County. And in the 6 years I spent in that role, I learned that the people best positioned to make decisions about the local policies in their local communities are local leaders, after listening to that local community. And my colleagues across the aisle who are advocating for these bills, with due respect, know very little about the District of Columbia, know very little outside of perhaps their walk from their apartment in Navy Yard to this Capitol complex. They don't know the history, the neighborhoods, the communities, the challenges that folks in the district are facing. And while my colleagues espouse the virtues of self-governance, they simultaneously advocate for bills like this that strip self-governance from 700,000 Americans. In 1973, Congress passed the Home Rule Act to grant to the inhabitants of the district powers of local self-government. And this bill is just one of many in this House that erode those powers to help President Trump consolidate power over our nation's capital. Meanwhile, the American people are confronting crisis after crisis that demand action from this Congress. Our national economy is struggling under President Trump's leadership. Tariffs are driving up prices. Looming health care cuts are about to result in skyrocketing premiums for Americans across the nation. In the midst of this, how does the majority choose to spend its time? By meddling in D.C.'s local affairs and further disenfranchising 700,000 tax-paying Americans. I strongly oppose this bill and encourage my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to respond to our new colleague here who hasn't worked in Congress very long, this bill passed constitutional muster with the House Legislative Council, CRS, and various outside stakeholders. None of our Democrat colleagues brought up these concerns during the markup, but let me say this. For those of us who have worked here in Washington, D.C. for a decade, we're very aware of the crime and the repeat offenders and the juvenile crime rates in Washington, D.C. So we are taking action to try to make our capital city a safer place. That's why I strongly support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 6 minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Congresswoman Stansbury.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Free D.C. To my colleagues across the aisle, I appreciate the debate, but I have to say I thought we were going to try to fix healthcare, to address costs, try to fix the economy, get the country back on track. Isn't that what the promise of the end of the shutdown was when we came back into session? Yet here we are 1 week after the end of the shutdown, after a truly harrowing several days dealing with the Epstein petition. And what are you guys putting on the floor to eat up precious floor time as we're headed into the holidays? Bills to micromanage D.C. affairs, bills to open public lands and tribal sacred sites to oil and gas drilling, and a ridiculous political resolution that I heard your own members last night on the floor talking about, and they called it, quote, stupid and kind of crazy. Their words, not mine, but I don't disagree, so don't get me wrong. So after 54 days at the House of Representatives being shut down, all you guys really seem to have time to do is to run bills like this. And what I find particularly offensive is that on a week that we should be working to address the healthcare crisis in a bipartisan manner, you're trying to pass bills today that would undo local police reforms that our nation's capital put into place after George Floyd's murder to ensure that the people of this city are safe and that the justice system is fair for them. So if it's not clear, I'm a hard no on these bills, not just because I believe they represent congressional overreach and abuse of power, but because they will harm the people of our nation's capital. And also, and I think this is where the conversation needs to be had, if we actually want to address public safety and actually help the communities across this country who elected us to do this work, we need to be addressing real solutions. Addressing the addiction crisis, investing in behavioral health and addiction recovery programs, investing in diversion and community-based programs that help people who are hurting and living on the edge get back on their feet, investing in our children and pipelines for young people to have lives that they can only dream of, fixing a broken system that makes it difficult for people who are living on the edge to survive, to raise wages, to lower the cost of housing, of food, of energy, and healthcare. And yes, fixing the broken healthcare system that you all said you were going to come back and address. Because these are the systems that are broken and that are hurting our people, and especially in New Mexico. It's not just the cost of healthcare that's going up, but our hospitals and our clinics and our providers who are struggling to make sure that they can stay afloat, especially after the big ugly bill gutted and promised to take $1.5 trillion out of the public health care system. It's why I've been working to champion bipartisan health care and health solutions like bills to invest in urban, rural, and tribal health care, invest in congressional funds for building clinics, sponsoring legislation to address the fentanyl crisis, to recruit and train more nurses and healthcare professionals, to recruit more counselors to fix the Medicaid and Medicare system, to expand telehealth and broadband, and yes, to finally put this country on a track to universal health care. Because I believe that health care is a human right. I believe that access to food, water, and shelter and safety is a human right. I believe that justice and freedom and access to the criminal justice system is a human right. And I believe that basic dignity is a human right, which is why I implore my colleagues, stop with these divisive political tactics every day and these bills attacking our communities, and focus on the issues that matter, that the American people are asking us to, because that's why we were elected. And real lives are on the line. So let's get back to work on real issues. Stop attacking Washington, D.C., stop attacking our public lands, and stop attacking the basic dignity and human decency of our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair, not to individuals. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the gentlelady that we believe on this side of the aisle that lowering the crime rate is a big issue. It's a priority for the American people. And the lady from New Mexico mentioned the government shutdown. I would like to remind the lady from New Mexico that she voted to shut the government down, and then she had an opportunity 43 days later to reopen the government, and she voted against reopening the government. So that is something that I think she must have mistakenly omitted from her remarks. So again, we support every measure that can be done to reduce crime, to get criminals that have committed crimes, to keep them in jail. They deserve due process, but we can't continue this trend in these cities, especially the capital city, of letting violent criminals out back on the streets. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
From California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I once again want to urge our colleagues to oppose this bill. D.C. has a right, and its residents have a right, to govern themselves and elect mayors and council members that choose to pass laws to support the district. Congress should not be undermining local laws. Now, Republicans want to make it easier to lock up poor defendants pre-trial, undermining the fundamental American principle of innocent until proven guilty, all while stripping 700,000 residents of self-rule. Congress should not dictate local judicial policy. Mr. Speaker, we should oppose these bills, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 5214 will ensure that violent offenders remain off the streets of D.C. while awaiting their trial, and those charged with public safety or order offenses will face further deterrence from committing such crimes through the reinstatement of required cash bail and bail bonds. Overall, D.C. residents, workers, and visitors to our nation's capital should feel safe, and it remains the constitutional duty of Congress to reform Washington, D.C.'s laws when necessary to do so. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation to bring law and order to D.C. by ensuring that dangerous criminals will not reoffend before their trial date. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All the time for debate has now expired pursuant to House Resolution 879. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 5214, a bill to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is...
I'd like to request the yeas and nays, please.
I'm sorry. Gentleman from California is requesting a roll call vote. Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 879, I call up the bill H.R. 5107, Common Sense Law Enforcement and Accountability Now in D.C. Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 271, H.R. 5107, a bill to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 enacted by the District of Columbia Council.
Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, will control 30 minutes each. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the Clean D.C. Act, which repeals the majority of D.C.'s so-called Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act of 2022. By repealing this anti-police law, we will make our nation's capital safer. We will also restore the integrity of and faith in the law enforcement of the District of Columbia. For instance, this law stripped law enforcement officers of many tools needed to execute their duties safely and without fear of retribution, as well as limited their options in situations of life or death. It also created new opportunities for anti-police activists to harass law enforcement officers and added many undue burdens and requirements to officers in the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. In 2023, both the House and Senate sought to nullify this law by passing a joint resolution of disapproval. Unfortunately, this resolution was vetoed by then President Biden. The Clean D.C. Act would largely repeal D.C.'s anti-police law and ensure law enforcement officers have the tools to keep visitors and residents safe. D.C. law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every day for our community must have the capabilities to do their jobs as they are trained to do. By addressing the retention and recruitment crisis gripping D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, Congress can do its part in helping boost the number of crime fighters this city desperately needs to keep violent criminals off the streets. I want to thank Representative Andrew Clyde from Georgia for leading this effort, this Congress, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand tonight to strongly oppose this bill, which repeals common sense criminal justice reforms that were passed by D.C.'s elected representatives in the wake of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, we know that cities and communities all over the country passed similar reforms to increase trust, accountability, and safety. In D.C., these measures increased accountability for bad apples, with independent civilian oversight, clean disciplinary process, and mandatory reporting for overuse of force incidents. It also prohibited the hiring of officers with prior misconduct, and it prohibited chokeholds. They improved training for officers. The mayor and the council and the community all worked together to pass a series of reforms and laws, work they were proud of. They empowered the chief of police to lead the police department and do it the right way. The bill repeals all of that. It would damage the trust between the D.C. police and the communities they protect and serve. We know communities are safer when residents feel safe calling out 911, when they feel safe working with the police. We know policies like de-escalation, expanding body-worn cameras, and improving safety should not move backwards. This bill is opposed by D.C. residents. It's opposed by the mayor of D.C. It's opposed by the D.C. City Council. And it's opposed by D.C.'s member of Congress. This is part of my Republican colleagues' continued obsession with acting as a super city council for the District of Columbia. Now, D.C. again has more residents than 2 states. D.C. taxpayers pay federal taxes. D.C. as a whole contributes more federal taxes than 26 other states. D.C.'s government should be allowed to govern themselves, to hold local leaders accountable, to elect their own leadership, and to solve problems without Congress consistently interfering. We should and should continue always to support D.C. and their ability to govern themselves. Congress should focus on national issues and let the residents of D.C. and their local representatives govern the district. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 5107, the Common Sense Law Enforcement and Accountability Now in D.C. Act, or affectionately known as the Clean D.C. Act for short, because that's what it is intended to do, and that is to clean up the city of Washington, D.C. My legislation, co-led with Senator Ted Cruz, repeals the anti-police provisions of the D.C. Council's so-called Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. If it's one thing that act doesn't do, it's create more justice. It creates injustice. The Clean D.C. Act is essential to restoring public safety in our nation's capital. For far too long, Washington, D.C., a city meant to embody freedom and prosperity, has been overwhelmed by violent crime. As millions of people visit D.C. every year, it is imperative that our nation's capital is safe for all residents and visitors. Yet in recent years, this simply has not been the case. In 2024, D.C.'s homicide rate exceeded 27 homicides per 100,000 residents, higher than that of any state, and nearly 3 times that of Islamabad, Pakistan, and 18 times that of communist-run Havana, Cuba. That same year, the city recorded nearly 30,000 crimes.
including thousands of violent offenses, robberies, and car thefts. So far in 2025, D.C. has already seen over 2,200 violent crimes and more than 120 homicides, including the tragic killing of a 20-year-old Capitol Hill intern. That was an incredible tragedy. Of course, any homicide is an incredible tragedy, but that one really was. Despite these alarming trends, the radical D.C. City Council has chosen to undermine the very department responsible for protecting the city. Its anti-police law strips the Metropolitan Police Department officers of due process protections. It weakens collective bargaining. It restricts the use of non-lethal tools during civil unrest and has fueled a devastating staffing collapse. Since the law took effect under emergency authority in 2020, the Metropolitan Police Department has lost over 2,000 officers, leaving the department critically understaffed and unable to adequately respond to this crisis. You know, one of my neighbors here where I reside in D.C. Had a terrible incident, a violent incident that happened to her with her child. And when the incident was over, she'd lost her pocketbook, she'd lost her phone. And when they called the MPD to come take a police report, the response was, you'll have to come down to the station because unless you're actually hurt yourself, okay, we don't have the officers to go out and actually go to you. You've got to come to us. That's just not right. That's an example of a completely understaffed police department. Thankfully, in August, President Trump initiated a federal takeover of the Metropolitan Police Department and deployed the National Guard to confront this massive crime crisis. Since then, violent crime has dropped by 30%. And even D.C.'s Democrat mayor, Muriel Bowser, has acknowledged fewer homicides and a sharp decline in carjackings since President Trump's intervention. Repealing the anti-police policies enacted by the pro-criminal D.C. Council will further strengthen President Trump's efforts and restore common sense to law enforcement in Washington, D.C. Last Congress, in the 118th, I led a joint resolution of disapproval alongside then Senator J.D. Vance, now Vice President J.D. Vance, to repeal this same misguided D.C. Council law. The resolution passed both the House and the Senate with bipartisan majorities. Yet President Joe Biden foolishly vetoed our common sense measure, underscoring just how little the previous administration cared about the American people's safety and law enforcement officers' well-being. Thankfully, we now have new leadership in the White House, strong, forceful, America First leadership, and I look forward to sending this common sense legislation to President Trump's desk to restore law and order in our nation's capital and support our brave men and women in blue. Public safety should not be a partisan issue. It's just plain common sense. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 5107 so we can codify the progress we've made under the Trump administration and transform D.C. from a crime-ridden capital into a safe, free, and thriving city. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 7 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this bill, which repeals the police accountability and transparency law that District of Columbia enacted in 2023. Last year, violent crime in D.C. was down 35%, reaching an over 30-year low. This year, violent crime in D.C. is down 88% compared to the same period last year. D.C.'s Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, among other things, gave the police chief more authority to discipline officers for serious misconduct and crimes, strengthened civilian oversight of the police department, and improved public access to body-worn camera by video and impose limitations on the purchase of military weapons and the use of force. DC police chiefs have requested more authority to discipline officers for at least 25 years before enactment of this law. This bill will take away this authority from the police chief. The difficulty DC has had recruiting and retaining police officers is not unique. It is a nationwide issue that predates the police accountability and transparency laws enacted across the country after the murder of George Floyd. In 2019, before the murder of George Floyd, the International Association of Police Chiefs of Police conducted a survey that found the challenge of recruiting law enforcement is widespread and affects agencies of all types, sizes, and locations across the United States. The difficulty of recruiting law enforcement officers and employees is not due to one particular cause, rather multiple social, political, and economic forces are all simultaneously at play. In 1973, Congress passed the DC Home Rule Act, which established the locally affected chief executive officer and legislature. The purpose of the Home Rule Act to grant to inhabitants of the District of Columbia powers of local government and relieve Congress of the burden of legislating upon essential local district matters. Yet, the House today is denying DC residents local self-government and spending its time on local DC matters. I remind my Republican colleagues what Republican President Richard Nixon said when he signed the Home Rule Act. One of the major goals of the administration is to place responsibility for local functions under local control and to provide local governments with the authority and resources they need to serve their communities effectively. The measure I signed today represents a significant step in achieving this goal in the city of Washington. I will give the people of the District of Columbia the right to, it will give the people of the District of Columbia the right to elect their own city officials and to govern themselves in local affairs. As the nation approaches the 200th anniversary of its founding, it is particularly appropriate to assure those persons who live in the capital city rights and privileges which have long enjoyed by most countrymen. The over 700,000 DC residents, the majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of governing themselves. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the letters opposing this bill from the DC Mayor, the DC Council, and the DC Attorney General, all of whom were elected by DC residents.
Without objection.
DC residents have all the obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with the Selective Service. Yet, Congress denies them full local self-government and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant DC statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from leading constitutional scholars explaining why the DC statehood bill is constitutional.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 5, 107, an undemocratic and paternalistic bill. Free DC.
From Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm also prepared to close.
Your gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again strongly oppose this bill. As a reminder, it would eliminate common sense criminal justice reforms that have been widely implemented by state and local governments across the country. Local officials here in D.C. passed these laws, the voters made these decisions, and D.C. should have a right to govern itself. This bill undermines trust between police and the community they serve and makes us all less safe. It's undemocratic. It could very well make D.C. not just less safe, but also lose trust between its elected government and the people. When the people come together and pass laws, Congress should not overturn those. Again, I urge opposition, and we yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress has the constitutional duty to ensure the District of Columbia is safe and secure. I urge my colleagues to support this critical police reform bill that has the strong support of the National Fraternal Order of Police. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 879, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 5107, a bill to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 enacted by the District of Columbia Council.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is considered.
Can I have the yeas and nays, please, sir?
Gentleman has requested the yeas and nays. Those in favor, or those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
House will, the House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 5214, passage of H.R. 5107, and motions to suspend the rules with respect to H.R. 4058 and H.R. 6019. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 5214, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 269, H.R. 5214, a bill to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes, and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to public safety or order in the District of Columbia and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 237, the nays are 179. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 5107, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 271, H.R. 5107, a bill to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 233, the nays are 190. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4058, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 252, H.R. 4058, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance outreach for the Urban Area Security Initiative and the State Homeland Security Grant Program of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 380, the nays are 45. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6019, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6019, a bill to repeal certain provisions relating to notification to the Senate offices regarding legal process on disclosure of Senate data and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 426, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. 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 For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer the resolution that was previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Whereas prior to serving in the House of Representatives, Representative Corey Mills founded Paysum Solutions International, LLC, and Paysum Defense, LLC, and acquired Amtech Corporation, now renamed as ALS, Inc., companies which engage in security and military contracting with the United States government as well as foreign nations. Whereas in August 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct found from January 2023 to present, Paysum Defense/ALS has been actively contracting with the federal government, securing close to $1 million in federal contracts for munitions and weapons distributed to prisons across the country. Specifically, since January 9, 2024, 94 contracts have been awarded to entities owned by Rep. Mills, and went on to conclude there is substantial reason to believe that Rep. Mills may have entered into, held, or enjoyed contracts with federal agencies while he was a member of Congress in violation of House rules, standards of conduct, and federal law. Whereas in August 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct noted, according to its website, Paysum Solutions is currently registered and or partnered with trusted local firms to work in the following countries: United States, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, UAE, Australia, Kenya, Malaysia, and Kuwait. Public reports indicate companies owned by Representative Mills sought or entered into contracts to sell munitions to foreign nations while serving as a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Committee on Armed Services. Whereas entities owned by Representative Corey Mills seeking or entering into contracts to sell munitions to the United States government.
The clerk will suspend. The gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. The House will come to order. The clerk will report the resolution.
Whereas entities owned by Representative Corey Mills seeking or entering into contracts to sell munitions to the United States government as well as foreign nations while he serves as a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Committee on Armed Services represents a clear and troubling conflict of interest. Whereas in August 2024, the Office of Congressional Conduct further adopted and transmitted to the Committee on Ethics of the House of Representatives a report indicating that there was substantial reason to believe that Representative Corey Mills may have omitted or misrepresented required information on his financial disclosure statements, accepted excessive contributions to his campaign committee in the form of personal loans and contributions that may not have derived from the Representative Corey Mills' personal funds, and may have accepted through his campaign committee in-kind contributions or other contributions not lawfully made. Whereas individuals who served in the military with Representative Corey Mills have called into question the veracity of the account of events which formed the basis of a recommendation that Representative Corey Mills receive an award of Bronze Star bestowed in 2021 for his service under enemy fire in Iraq in 2003. Whereas in August 2024, Representative Corey Mills provided the Daytona Beach News with documents purporting to prove that he earned a Bronze Star with heroism, including a Department of the Army Form 638 recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star, which includes a signature from then Army Brigade Commander Arnold N. Gordon Bray. Whereas retired Brigadier General Arnold N. Gordon Bray has stated he did not personally write, read, or sign the Department of the Army Form 638, recommending Representative Corey Mills for a Bronze Star. Whereas 5 people who served with Representative Corey Mills, including 2 men who were reported as having been personally saved by Representative Corey Mills at great risk to his own life as a basis for the recommendation for his Bronze Star in the Department of the Army Form 638, disputed that Representative Corey Mills was involved in their rescue or provided life-saving care. Whereas 1 private first class cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, denied that Representative Corey Mills provided him any aid and also denied that his injuries were life-threatening. Whereas 1 sergeant cited as having been involved in one of the listed achievements on Representative Corey Mills' Army Form 638, recommending him for a Bronze Star, called the account a fabrication and claimed that he was not involved in any claims that Corey Mills makes about me. Whereas Representative Corey Mills' employment application to Dying Corps Internation stated he served in United States Army 75th Ranger Regiments and attended United States Army Sniper School, claims which are not corroborated by his military records. Whereas on February 19, 2025, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers were called to resolve a private matter at Representative Corey Mills' residence, where officers were called to the 1300 block of Maryland Avenue Southwest around 1:15 p.m. for the report of an assault. Whereas police reports obtained by NBC4 Washington confirmed that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was investigating Representative Corey Mills for an alleged assault of a 27-year-old woman that took place on February 19, 2025, at the residence of Representative Corey Mills. Whereas the first police report provided to NBC4 Washington by a source and confirmed by a second source familiar with the investigation said that the 27-year-old woman accused her significant other for over a year of having grabbed her, shoved her, and pushed her out of the door, and also said that the woman involved showed the officer bruises on her arm, which appeared to be fresh. Whereas NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department identified Representative Corey Mills as the significant other of the alleged victim of assault, which alleged victim was a 27-year-old woman who was not the wife of Representative Corey Mills, and that the alleged victim let officers hear Subject 1, now identified by MPD as Mills, instruct her to lie about the origin of her bruises. Eventually, Subject 1 made contact with the police and admitted that the situation escalated from verbal to physical, but it was severe enough to create bruising. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, the Washington Post also confirmed 2 D.C. police officers said that the alleged victim of assault initially told a 911 operator and police that she had been assaulted, and that officers said she also had what seemed to be visible injuries, and that while a supervisor initially classified the offense internally as a family disturbance, police commanders later learned of the incident, reviewed the reports and body camera footage from the responding officers, and reclassified the case as a domestic violence assault. Whereas on February 21st, 2025, NBC4 Washington also reported that the Metropolitan Police Department determined that probable cause to arrest Representative Corey Mills for the misdemeanor assault existed and sent an arrest warrant for Representative Corey Mills to the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Whereas on July 14th, 2025,
Clerk will suspend. The House is not in order. The House is not in order. The clerk will report the resolution.
whereas on July 14th, 2025, a different former romantic partner of Representative Corey Mills, who was apparently in a relationship with Representative Mills from November 2021 to February 2025, reported to authorities in Florida that Representative Mills threatened to release nude images and other intimate videos of her and threatened to harm her future romantic partners in retaliation for her decision to end a relationship with Representative Mills after seeing the public reports described above concerning the alleged February 2025 physical assault. Whereas on October 14, 2025, the Circuit Court of the Third Judicial Circuit in Columbia County, Florida, issued a final judgment of injunction for protection against dating violence against Representative Corey Mills based on a finding that his former romantic partner was a victim of dating violence or had reasonable cause to believe she was in imminent danger of becoming a victim of an act of dating violence. And whereas such conduct by Representative Corey Mills affects the dignity and integrity of the proceedings of the House and brings discredit upon the House, now therefore be it resolved that 1, Representative Corey Mills be censured. 2, Representative Corey Mills forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. 3, Representative Corey Mills be censured with a public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. And 4, Representative Corey Mills be and is hereby removed from the Committee on Armed Services and the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the House.
The resolution qualifies. For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Mills of Florida moves to refer the resolution to the Committee on Ethics.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's very clear that cooperating with them is not priority. I believe in all the accusations and false things that are being said will be proven to be absolutely false in many ways, and I have the evidence and receipts and look forward to working with them. I rise in support of my motion to refer this resolution to the Committee on Ethics and encourage a yea vote on this motion. With that, I yield back.
Previous question is ordered on the motion. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
These are ordered. Those favoring a vote on the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 310, the nays are 103, those present, 12. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House come to order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise with the Alabama delegation, including one of our U.S. senators and many others here on the House floor, to pay respect to the end of an era. One of the most improbable, inspiring, and truly remarkable chapters in American history, quietly closed during our most recent break. Lieutenant Colonel George Hardy, a veteran of Vietnam, Korea, and World War II, passed away. And this is not a name most of us know in isolation, but we all know the story of the black men who were trained as pilots on airfields in the backwoods of Macon County, Alabama, who would go on to become what the world knows today as the Tuskegee Airmen. Lieutenant Colonel George Hardy was the last surviving Tuskegee Airman who flew combat missions in World War II. He was born in Philadelphia at a time when the military was not integrated, but by the age of 19, he was flying combat missions over the skies of Europe, defending and liberating rights and freedoms abroad that we all know he did not enjoy even back at home. But despite that, Lieutenant Colonel Hardy, he kept the mission first, front and center. And with the other Tuskegee Airmen, they exceeded expectations, and they left behind a spectacular record of service and accomplishment. And though these men took off as the unlikeliest of American heroes, they landed as what is possibly the greatest, most well-known, most well-decorated fighting force in this nation's history. And so as a young man now that has the privilege to represent Tuskegee, it is my honor and it is my obligation, my duty, to stand on this House floor and acknowledge the life, the legacy of Lieutenant Colonel George Hardy and the Tuskegee Airmen and all of those who have served this nation. And with that, I will yield to my colleague from Alabama, Gary Palmer.
Thank you. It's appropriate that we acknowledge the passing of the last of the Tuskegee Airmen. I'd just like to share with you a little bit about them. They trained at Moton Field, Tuskegee Airfield in Tuskegee, Alabama, and later formed units like the 99th Fighter Squadron and the 332nd Fighter Group. They were under the command of Colonel Benjamin Oliver Davis, Jr., who was born right here in Washington, D.C. When the pilots of the 332nd Fighter Group painted the tails of their P-47s red, the nickname Red Tails was coined. The red markings that distinguished the Tuskegee Airmen included red bands on the noses of the P-51s. Some of the bomber crews who flew missions, some of the most dangerous missions during World War II, called them the Red Tail Angels. In combat during the war, they flew over 15,000 sorties, escorting bombers and engaging enemy fighters. They received numerous accolades for the service, including 3 distinguished unit citations, 96 distinguished flying crosses, 14 Bronze Stars, 744 air medals, at least 60 Purple Hearts, and 1 Silver Star. Colonel Davis went on to become the first African-American Brigadier General in the United States Air Force. It is totally appropriate that we recognize the incredible accomplishments with all the opposition that they faced that the Tuskegee Airmen achieved in defense of our liberty. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair asks all those present in the chamber as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol to please rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ellie Sheehan, drum major of the Penn State Blue Band this season. This is a historic milestone because Ellie is the first woman to hold the position in the Blue Band's 126-year history. Ellie hails from Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, and is pursuing a degree in marketing with a minor in digital media trends and analytics. She brings years of experience within the Blue Band, most recently as the leader of the Piccolos. The Blue Band's drum major leads the band through warm-ups and performances. Since 1977, it's been a tradition for the drum major to do a front flip as the band enters the field at home football games. Ellie continues this tradition. As any visitor to Beaver Stadium can attest, the Blue Band plays a central role in Penn State's game and represents the highest level of tradition, excellence, and pride. As a graduate of Penn State, I'm proud to congratulate Ellie Sheehan for being a fantastic Blue Band drum major. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of my constituent, Marwan Maroof. Marwan has lived in the United States for more than 40 years. He is a devoted father of U.S. citizens, a respected community leader, and he has no criminal history. He suffers from a life-threatening heart condition and has fully complied with every requirement of our immigration system on time, providing extensive documentation and cooperating completely with USCIS. And yet 2 months ago, after dropping his 15-year-old son at school, Marwan was detained by ICE. This is a man who founded the largest Boy Scout troop in North Texas, who delivered food and supplies to families across our community during the pandemic, and who was recognized by the city of Richardson for his outstanding service to our community. Tomorrow, Marwan faces a proceeding where he will face removal. I have repeatedly requested humanitarian parole on his behalf, and those requests have gone unanswered. Marwan is exactly the kind of person humanitarian parole was created for, a dedicated public servant, husband, and a father. I urge DHS to grant him humanitarian parole, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of a Green Bay local legend, WFRV Chief Meteorologist Tom Mahoney, who recently passed away at the age of 75. Tom first appeared on local news in Northeast Wisconsin in 1972 and quickly became a trusted presence in households across our region. For more than 30 years at WFRV until his retirement in 2013, he guided families through blizzards, thunderstorms, and sunny skies with humor, kindness, and a genuine passion for meteorology. He shared that passion with the next generation by visiting schools throughout northeastern Wisconsin, inspiring countless young people. Beyond the weather desk, Tom was also a man of deep faith. As a Catholic deacon, he visited the sick, led funerals, and often left the studio after the 6:30 newscast to conduct wake services, just to come back in time for the 10 o'clock broadcast. Mr. Speaker, as the representative from northeastern Wisconsin and as a lifelong resident of the area, I want to thank Tom Mahoney for his lifetime of service to northeastern Wisconsin and for always being a trusted voice for families in our community. His wife, Sue, their children, and grandchildren are in my prayers during this time. Tom's impact on our community will live on in the memories of those he guided through countless storms and sunny days. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, 2018, a man, a journalist, a father, a fiance, was lured into the Saudi consulate in Istanbul, Turkey. He went to get documents so he could marry his fiance. He never came out. He was murdered in that building, and his name was Jamal Khashoggi. He was a writer for the Washington Post, and his murder was an attack on the free press. A month later, our own CIA under Trump concluded that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, MBS, had ordered Khashoggi's killing and dismemberment. The UN came to the same conclusion. MBS ordered the murder. Despite that, yesterday, President Trump welcomed MBS to the White House with fanfare and pomp and circumstance. Trump said Khashoggi was controversial. Whether you liked him or not, well, things happen. There is only one way to look at this, and that is moral rot. Dangerous, chilling, moral rot. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Charles Chick Richardson, a World War II veteran who served this country as a U.S. Air Force B-17 bomber crewman, went to be with the Lord earlier this month. I'm truly blessed to have known a man who went through so much to protect our country, flying over Europe, and even willingly marching straight into combat with such red, white, and blue courage. Chick lived to be 102 years old, and in that long life, he accomplished so much, raising a family, working in the automotive industry, and even writing a book about World War II called 35 Missions to Hell and Back. Chick was a prime example of a true American who loved his country so much that he was willing to dedicate much of his life to protecting it. It was such an honor to know this patriot, willing to put his life on the line to fight for his country. I pray we all have even an ounce of the bravery and the love for this country that Chick had. Rest in peace, Chick. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the achievements of Reverend William E. Norman, Sr., celebrating his 30th year of pastoral service for the congregants of Solid Rock Christian Center of Yonkers, New York. Reverend Norman has led the church in spiritual matters, Sunday worship services, weekly Bible study classes, in person and online. His service to the larger community extends to his efforts to meet the needs of the poor and the hungry, young people and seniors, the homeless, and those in need of mental health services. Pastor Norman serves the city of Yonkers as Director of Veteran Services, as well as Commissioner for the city's Human Rights Commission, as a member of the Yonkers Auxiliary Police, and as a police chaplain for the Yonkers Police Department. He has served with distinction as United States Marine for 4 years in active duty and 2 years in the reserves. A native of North Carolina with roots in Brooklyn, Pastor Norman is a longtime Yonkers resident and leader. With his wife, Reverend Tamara Norman, and 4 children, including Councilwoman Deanna Norman, he has charted a vision for future community development that would serve all, combining housing, childcare, recreation, social services, and worship. We salute Reverend William Norman for his years of service in spiritual and secular realms, all that benefit the people of the city of Yonkers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary achievement in high school athletics. Benedictine College Preparatory School, located within Goochland County, has made program history by capturing its 3rd consecutive VISAA Division I state championship, defeating Trinity Episcopal 20-0. From the first snap, the cadets showed they came ready to compete. Benedictine set the tone, demonstrating exceptional determination, discipline, and heart. JoJo Johnson led the charge with an impressive 85-yard touchdown run, followed by key contributions from quarterback Caden Kohler and VMI commit Landon Snyder, giving the cadets a commanding 20-0 lead at halftime. Defensively, the cadets were nothing short of a dominant, ultimately leading to their championship win. Benedictine forced 5 turnovers, including a critical interception by Malaki Mingo that helped seal the shutout. I am honored today to recognize the student athletes, coaches, families, entire Benedictine community for their remarkable accomplishment and for the pride they have brought not only to Virginia, but Virginia's 5th congressional district and the entire Commonwealth. And with that, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to rise to just give a huge thank you to all the food pantries, food banks, and nonprofits that helped so many families during this past shutdown, really all year, with food insecurity. They've been giving out hundreds of thousands of meals, very rarely ever turning away anyone. The ones in my community include ones like Dulles South Food Pantry, Haymarket Regional Food Pantry, Mobile Hope, Northern Virginia Food Rescue, Creating Foundations for Hope, House of Mercy Food Pantry, and of course, Loudon Hunger Relief. They did so much: fresh produce, sweet treats, pantry essentials, even Thanksgiving meals coming up next week. And so some saw up to a 500% increase in new families asking for food. And this is still going to be a big issue. We saw the SNAP cuts over the summer. That all of them told me that that's going to be a big issue. And so we need to continue to address food insecurity in America. But I want to thank those organizations for stepping up when we needed them most. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize First Lieutenant Duncan DeMarsh, a proud lifelong resident of Volusia County and an outstanding young leader who will soon deploy for 1 year to the Middle East with the Florida Army National Guard in service to our nation. First Lieutenant DeMarsh has distinguished himself through his public service as the legislative aide to my friend, State Representative Tremont, where he worked tirelessly on behalf of the people of Florida. He was also elected vice chairman of the Volusia Republican Party, where he helped secure important victories in the most recent election. As he prepares for his deployment, I want to express my deep gratitude not only to Duncan, but also to his new bride, Savannah DeMarsh, and the rest of their family who share in the sacrifice that military life demands. Their strength and support make his service possible. We in Congress and the American people are indebted to the brave men and women who stand watch on our behalf. I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing First Lieutenant Duncan DeMarsh a safe mission and a swift return home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For purposes, gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and service of Maui County Councilmember Tasha Kama, a mother to all, a warm hand and a hug when you needed it most, a voice for the voiceless, and a champion for everyone she served. Tasha was a fierce advocate for affordable housing, a tireless defender of Native Hawaiian rights, and a steadfast fighter for our keiki and our kupuna. But more than any title or position, she carried a quiet strength and a deep faith that grounded our entire community. She showed up for people, not for recognition, but because she believed every person deserved dignity, respect, and aloha. Hawaii and the world needs more Tashas. With her now watching from above, we must now try to live and lead with the same courage, compassion, and unwavering aloha that defined her life. To the Kama Ohana and all those whose lives she shaped, we offer our deepest condolences. May her legacy continue to guide us forward. Rest in aloha, my friend. Mahalo, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Esther Omoyimiwa, a graduate student at Georgia Southern University. She was awarded the 2025 Amateur Radio Digital Communication Scholarship, an example of her academic achievement, resilience, and determination. Her determination was shaped by the strength and community she found in Georgia Southern after leaving her home country of Nigeria. After arriving, she immersed herself in research focused on power converters and machine learning applications. With countless hours of research and lab work, Esther didn't hold back on the scholarship application. She plans to use the scholarship money to purchase tools and resources to support her research, as well as to cover some school expenses. Now her focus is towards helping the next generation of women engineers and young girls like her who face uncertainty in the next chapter of their life. She wants to pay it forward, as it was a path she didn't take along. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a lifetime of service of one of my constituents, Colonel William Woodard Butler, the 2025 Veteran of the Year for Virginia's 4th Congressional District. With over 38 years of service between active duty and the reserves, Colonel Butler has devoted his military career and beyond to improving the lives of our service members, advancing medical research, and giving back to his community. Colonel Butler completed 2 overseas deployments, one to Okinawa and another to Qatar. He has over 980 hours of flight time, of which 65 are in combat. He then rounded out his military career as a professor of aerospace medicine at the United States Air Force School of Aerospace Medicine. In addition to this, he now serves as an active member of his community as a trustee for the John Randolph Foundation and a member of the City of Hopewell's Planning Commission. He helped establish and permanently endowed scholarship for Chesterfield, Hopewell, and Prince George students pursuing a medical career. I thank Colonel Butler for his service to our nation and admire all he has done to improve the lives of those in our community, Commonwealth, and country, and I am honored to name him the 2025 Veteran of the Year for Virginia's 4th Congressional District. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Family Caregivers Month and to honor the more than 63 million Americans who selflessly care for their loved ones. That includes more than 1.5 million Virginians who step up every single day for their parents, spouses, and family members. As a Navy veteran, nurse practitioner, and someone who has seen firsthand the challenges families face, I know just how essential these caregivers are to our long-term care system. But far too often, caregivers shoulder enormous emotional, physical, and financial burdens without adequate help. That's why Congress must work together to advance common sense, bipartisan solutions like the Credit for Caregiving Act, increase respite care funding, and expand workplace flexibility. These are practical steps that will give caregivers the support they desperately need. When caregivers thrive, families thrive. And this month and every month, let's honor their sacrifice. Thank you to all the caregivers out there. We appreciate you. Now yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to tell the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to talk about 2 incidences that shame me as a member of this House and as an American citizen. Today, President Trump signed the Epstein documents release bill. Lots of women were up here who were victims of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual felonies, and they celebrated when the House passed it and the Senate passed it. But it's clear today that classified documents therein will not be released, and documents that might relate to an ongoing investigation which President Trump authorized going after Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, and others on the Democratic side, which are false and improper investigations. For Ms. Bondi said there was nothing there, will not allow for material to be disclosed. And the Senate said the House shouldn't get involved with the $500,000 that each senator should get for simply having a phone call noted, not listened to, not documented, but noted. $500,000 for 9 senators. That money should go to the Epstein victims. Truth spoken, justice should be required.
Gentleman's
I
time
yield
has
back the
expired.
balance.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the establishment of my alma mater, Brigham Young University. Since its founding in 1875, BYU has stood as firm as a fundamental institution of learning and innovation in the state of Utah. Throughout its history, the university's programs, students, athletes, professors, and alumni have made great contributions to a variety of fields, including the advancement of technology, physical and social sciences, sports, business, law, and many other areas of significance. BYU continues to grow and evolve as they plan to open a medical school soon. The university, which also includes campuses in Hawaii and Idaho, is renowned globally, further living up to its motto, "The world is our campus." The BYU Pathways Worldwide program serves over 74,000 students in over 180 countries in 2024. Above all, I appreciate BYU's focus on instilling its motto, "Enter to learn, go forth to serve." I'm grateful for the BYU education I received in undergraduate and law school, and am proud to represent BYU and the Provo community in Congress. Congratulations to BYU and President Shane Reese on 150 years of innovation. I'm excited to see how BYU will continue to grow, and forgive me of that parking ticket when I was a student so many years ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Speaker. Just want to remind everybody across the country where their food comes from. And a whole bunch of it comes from California. Look at these crops here that 100% pistachios, almonds, plums, prunes, olives, nectarines, kiwi fruit, honeydew, garlic, celery, artichokes come from California. Shelled walnuts, California. Tomatoes, 96% of mandarins. So if we don't have the water to grow these crops in California, if we don't have the support from government not regulating us out of business, it's not going to come from there anymore. And if it doesn't come from there, it's going to have to come from a foreign country, because nobody else in the country can grow these crops quite the way we can in California. Well, they can do a pretty good job in some other places, but this is where it happens. And so we need the support of the federal government to continue to build the water supply, Sites Reservoir, Shasta Rays in Northern California, as well as hold on to our water supply and not have it all frittered out to the Pacific Ocean in pursuit of a non-scientific pursuit of water for fish. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Well, good evening, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Chaco Canyon is sacred, the ancestral homeland and a living landscape and home to Pueblo and Diné people, a World Heritage Site and a landscape of ancient ruins, kivas, and sacred lands as far as the eye can see. Which is why I stand here tonight in solidarity with tribal leaders from across New Mexico to say, protect Chaco Canyon, protect it from the attacks of a Trump administration that is trying to open these lands once again to oil and gas drilling. Can you imagine one of our most sacred sites, which Secretary Holland protected in 2023, which the New Mexico delegation is trying to permanently withdraw, a place that Pueblo leaders say holds the footprints of their ancestors in countless generations, Navajo leaders who say that it is deeply embedded in our way of life and the living community and our very culture. But this administration has forged ahead to open these lands to the irreparable desecration of drilling on this sacred site. And so I call on the administration and the American people to join us in this fight to protect
The
Chaco
gentlewoman
Canyon.
is no longer recognized. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate First Baptist Church of Savannah on their 250th 25th anniversary. Since 1800, this church has stood as a cornerstone of faith, service, and resilience in our community. From its beginnings on Franklin Square to the historic sanctuary on Chippewa Square, First Baptist Church has been a life across Georgia and our nation. It has nurtured faith, advanced education through its connection to Mercer University, and embraced a spirit of service. Between its open-door policy during the Civil War to its recent pipe organ concert series, First Baptist Church has continually worked to build community and welcome all in their congregation. We celebrate them from the remarkable history and a vibrant legacy of hope for the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to rise until recently and has now been selected as one of the 10 members of NASA's 2025 astronaut candidate class. Holding a bachelor's degree from the University of Southern California and a master's degree from Harvard University, Ms. Spies has consistently exemplified her dedication and innovation. NASA's astronaut candidate class is among the most competitive programs in the world, drawing thousands of applicants from across the nation. A former Marine Corps attack helicopter pilot and engineer at Gulfstream, Ms. Spies stood out for her extraordinary record of service and expertise. Her selection continues our state's proud tradition of producing pioneers in science and technology and will inspire young people across Georgia to dream big and pursue careers in STEM. As she begins training for future missions, we are honored Catherine Spies will continue to uphold Georgia's legacy of innovation and service to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Frank Gardner, chairman of the Liberty County Republican Party, who recently passed away. Frank was more than a dedicated leader. He was a proud military veteran and a man of deep faith and conviction. His commitment to his community and to our country was reflected in everything he did, whether it was placing campaign signs, knocking on doors, or lending a helping hand to a neighbor. Frank led by example and inspired others through his actions. He worked tirelessly to strengthen the Republican Party in Liberty County and across Georgia, reminding us that real leadership begins with service and humility. His legacy will live on through the many lives he touched and the example he set for those who follow. We extend our deepest condolences to Frank's family, friends, and the Liberty County community. His life embodied patriotism, dedication, and service to others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, You may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.